are live.
And now we are live. मैम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है ऐश्वर्य। आसुरी मैम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
Good morning to one and all. I am Professor Shilpa from the law school and assistant director to the Center Craft and Law. Welcome to all for this conference, and I'm really pleased to invite. This is the first conference that we are ever having in our center. To give you a brief about the center that we do and the conference that we're going to start with. We basically have our research center focusing on finance, technology, and law, and the intersection of these areas. It belongs to within the Jindal School of Banking and Finance. The conference aims to bring together novel ideas on some topics which are nuanced and touching our lives on a regular basis, like digital market and competition, fintech, and data privacy. We had a very rigorous process of selecting some of the few good papers which are authored by the students of Jindal Global University, coming from law school and the banking finance school. Since it took us around 4 months to select these papers, and the students have taken their time during the semester and during their winter break to write these papers. Let me not just waste a lot of time, and we'll start the conference, which is paneled by Divyanshu Dembi, one of our student fellow in his final year. So to you, Divyanshu, please.
Hello, everyone. Now we will start our first panel, which is on competition law in digital markets. This paper that I'm going to present is actually by someone else. It's by Akshay Purandare. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us because of some reasons, and therefore I will be presenting their paper. And of course, as it goes, if you have any questions, I will try my best to address them. But I think what would be best is if I convey them to the author, and then we will get back to you. But without wasting much time, I'm going to share my screen, and what I'm going to do is basically take you through the paper and present main arguments of the author here. I'm assuming that the screen has been shared, and you all can look at the paper. So basically, this paper, as you have the abstract in front of you, is about NPCI, how it was formed, and the regulatory mechanisms that it has. And I think the main argument that the author has, as you can see in the abstract, is what is the legislative competence with respect to NPCI and UPI? How much can NPCI regulate UPI? And does it have the legal backing to do so? Because as is captured very well by this paper, India is a maverick in digital payments. India leapfrogged ahead of all other developed nations, honestly, in revolutionizing digital payments. But that does not come without its fair share of challenges. And one of the challenges, as is being addressed by this paper, is of UPI transaction volumes. NPCI, as we will talk about later, is a non-governmental body of individuals that regulates digital payments. But the question is, what are the extent of their powers and how much can they regulate the UPI ecosystem? So let's get into the introduction part of the paper. Here the author has been trying to lay down the infrastructure of processing of payments, as is very visible that it was originally the RBI Act of 1934 that in fact did not give it the power of regulation and supervision of payment systems. It is also important to understand that during this time, which is 1934, we did not have much payment systems thinking in the first place. And what I mean by that is there were banks, you could go in the bank, you could withdraw cash, and then you could circulate in the economy. As such, there were no specific points of payment systems which mandated or which warranted any regulation of those payment systems. But of course, as time went on, that did not remain the same. And fairly enough, in 2007, the Payments and Settlement System Act was passed, which then ultimately came into force on 12th August 2008. And this act was supposed to be the legal basis for oversight and operation of payment system. And it's essentially what we mean by payment systems is all of your now present NEFT or RTGS, any kind of peer-to-peer or business peer-to-business, or even other forms of settling of money and the processes that are required around those payments and settlements. So because we did not have a law before 2007, which is before the Payments and Settlement Systems Act, this act was supposed to create this legal oversight and this legal authority. And of course, this authority was given to RBI. And in the specificities of the act, the RBI was to constitute a central authority, which it did, which is known as the Board for Regulation and Supervision of Payments and Settlements Systems. And then it's important to understand that because this was an ecosystem that was hitherto undeveloped, there was nothing that was either a direction or a memo, or there was no form of guidance that was existing in our country. So therefore, the RBI had to make everything from the ground up. And this is where the author has highlighted that the purpose of the paper will be to understand the legal mandate of the NPCI in relation to UPI and its participants. How much can they regulate? Why should they have the authority to regulate? And in the end, which is the conclusion part of the paper, where the author is asking, even if you are regulating this system, what are the benefits of regulating the system? Now let's get back to governance of payment systems and legal basis of NPCI. Here, the author has mentioned that the PSSA under Section 3 has made RBI the designated authority for regulation and supervision of payment systems. As reading Section 4 verbatim says that RBI may authorize a company or corporation to operate or regulate the existing clearinghouses or new clearinghouses of banks to have a common retail clearinghouse system for the banks throughout the country, provided, however, that not less than 51% of the equity of such company or corporation shall be held by Public Systems Bank. And then we move on to Section 7, which again says that if RBI is satisfied after any inquiry under Section 6 or otherwise that the application is complete in all aspects, that it conforms to the provisions of this Act, issue an authorization for operating the payment system under that. So therefore, Section 7 is the section that gives RBI the authority that if it is satisfied that the payment systems operator is fulfilling all of the legal and regulatory requirements under the Act, then RBI can grant them a license to do so. Therefore, when this Act came into being and we were still settling payment systems, RBI had tasked a committee to come up with how to regulate this system. But even before regulating the system, how can we envision this system? How can payments be had in our country? And this is what led to the creation of NPCI, which is the National Payments Corporation of India. NPCI was actually formed as a Section 24 not-for-profit company, which now is under Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. It's very interesting to see that NPCI still remains a wholly non-governmental body. The government did not invest in NPCI directly, nor it is under the direct control of the government. And the relationship between the RBI and NPCI was supposed to be a classic one between the regulator and the regulated, which is to say the NPCI was supposed to be a scheme manager, a system provider. And the reason why we are using these terminologies because in payments and finance systems, scheme manager is supposed to be like a nodal authority that handles and oversees more day-to-day operations of, say, the payments in this aspect. Whereas RBI in this case was supposed to be the overseer, which is basically they were the main regulators of this space. And the RBI was supposed to tell them what were their bounds and what were their contours of functioning. And of course, the NPCI was a nodal agency that would actually make rules and regulations for the system. Therefore, evidently enough, NPCI undertakes the rulemakings for payment systems in India and regulation of its participants while reporting to the RBI, which is to say that even though NPCI has apparently and allegedly has the legal mandate to make rules for payment systems in India, but it still has to report everything to the RBI, because at the end of the day, RBI is the main regulator that regulates this space. Officially and technically speaking, while our NPCI is responsible to the RBI as a regulator, it is independent. Therefore, there is no sort of direct control that RBI has on NPCI, because NPCI's first board of members did only have representation from the 10 initial shareholding banks and 5 independent representatives, including only one RBI nomination. But there was no direct regulator representation. So it's very important to understand the kind of grayness of this space, in the sense that even though RBI is the direct regulator of this space, because they don't have as much direct control of NPCI, they can't really be off on their back in terms of being very cautious about how the space is being regulated. And it's very interesting to see how the government has created a non-governmental agency in which is responsible and which handles some of the very crucial aspects of the national economy, which are digital payments now. So it's very important to understand what is the problem here now going forward. So NPCI, as time went on, had more participants. The board of members got larger, and as of July 2022, NPCI shareholding is held by 67 banks, comprising of 11 public sector banks, 18 private sector banks, 5 foreign banks, 10 cooperative banks, 7 regional rural banks, 4 small finance banks, 2 payments banks, and 10 PSOs. The point is to say that now the shareholding, which is basically the board of members, has become diversified. It is not only, say, a few companies that get to be on the table and decide the NPCI rulemaking. Now it's, in many senses, a more diverse and a more representative body of individuals. But the problem remains that this is still a non-governmental agency. And as we will see later in the paper, it still suffers from lack of representation by some of the most important participants in this ecosystem. Now, who are these participants? These participants are the third-party application providers. Now, what we mean by third-party application providers is that the TPAPs simply provide the technological platform of an app with UPI acquired from the NPCI through a license to effect a seamless transaction between 2 bank accounts. And a TPAP would be applications such as Google Pay, PhonePe, Bheem app, or any of the countless apps that we on a day-to-day basis use for UPI transactions. As you know that the UPI, which is United Payments Interface, is a technological layer, and all of these TPAPs use and leverage that technology in their own customized ecosystems to facilitate peer-to-peer or peer-to-business transactions. The reason why there are multiple apps which use the same technology is because UPI is a technology that can be utilized by individuals. It's not a property technology of only one company. It's been developed by NPCI, and it is given to TPAPs on a license by NPCI, adherent to if they're conforming to all of the other legal mandates that NPCI has transcribed. So let's now understand what is the revenue model of these TPAPs, because in our day-to-day lives we use Google Pay. There's a very prevalent joke that every individual uses Google Pay as if Google is paying for all of that. But what is behind this seamless adoption of every individual with respect to UPI? How do these TPAPs even earn revenue? Because these are companies and commercial entities, and they do need to have a revenue source in order for them to survive and even turn profitable. So there are a couple of ways in which these TPAPs make money. One of the ways is that when individuals pay any sort of bill through these TPAPs, there is these applications. Google Pay makes money through commissions, wherein every transaction made for bill payments using Google Pay has a small percentage of the amount going to the company. Previously, UPI apps also earned through the merchant discount rates, where a small percentage of the transaction value is deducted from the merchant and split between the bank, NPCI, and the TPAP. However, the MDR on UPI and RuPay debit cards was waived off as a push for digital adoption. But the truth is that even now, some of the UPI apps do earn through MDR, which is merchant discount rates. So therefore, even though on peer-to-peer or peer-to-business transaction, they don't earn much, but there are some revenue sources that these TPAPs earn from. But what is important to understand before we go into the substantial portion of this paper is that this space, which is the payment space in India, the UPI payment space in India, is still not a very profitable venture for these apps, which is to say that because these apps don't have any sort of commission that they charge on any individual or even individual to merchant transactions for at least the majority of the transactions that are occurring through their applications, they're not earning a revenue. So therefore, it's already a space which is not very lucrative and profitable for these entities. So therefore, the question arises that given that this is anyway a space in which these companies won't go headfirst because they know that this is not something that they will earn big bucks from. If that is the reality, does NPCI want to over-regulate this space and further disincentivize these individuals and these TPAPs to exist in this space and to innovate in this space? Because the truth is that if you create more regulatory barriers for these commercial entities who are anyway not earning much from this space, it will clearly disincentivize these TPAPs from not just innovating but even existing in this space, because at the end of the day these are commercial entities and they do want to generate a profit. But now let's get back to the substantial portion of what irked these UPI participants. In November 2020, the NPCI announced a notification that will be implementing a 30% market cap on the total volume of UPI transactions through TPAPs effective from January 2024. Simply put, what NPCI said is that from January 2024, your UPI app cannot be handling more than 30% of the total volume of UPI transactions happening in the nation. They basically put a cap on how successful these apps can get. And this can be any apps, can be Google Pay, this can be PhonePe, can be WhatsApp Pay, any TPAP that uses UPI as a technology to process digital payments cannot handle more than 30% of the total volume of UPI transactions. Now, when asked in the circular, they also included why they're doing it. Apparently and allegedly, their reasons for doing it is that this cap will address risks emanating from the overload of payments infrastructure and protect the UPI systems from monopolies. Now, there are two important things for us to understand here. Number one is their argument on protecting the system from overload, and second is their more substantial and more problematic argument, honestly, that we want to protect the UPI ecosystem from monopolies. On point number one, it assumes that these technological apps, which is TPAPs, don't have the technological infrastructure to handle these kind of volume of transactions, which is wholly and mostly a baseless claim. Which is not to say that our payments on a day-to-day basis sometimes don't fail. But if you look at just your regular experience, for more than 90% of the times, you have a very seamless experience while digitally transacting. So therefore, the author and I personally also believe that this argument for overload of payments infrastructure is a prematurely made argument without much evidence that this is such a big problem that these individuals, you can't leave these individuals to even self-regulate, which is to say that the NPCI is assuming that these apps, even though they know that their payments are failing and they don't have the digital infrastructure to process these many payments, will still go on and fail more and more, and they won't self-regulate, which honestly is a baseless and honestly an irrational argument. But secondly, it assumes and takes a very proactive step that we will tell you what you should and should not do, and in fact, what you can and cannot do. But secondly, and more importantly and more substantially, is their argument on protecting the UPI system from monopolies. This is really interesting because there is no other ecosystem, or like in most other ecosystems, you don't put a de facto cap on how big your company can get. Which is to say, for example, in the oil and gas natural sector, or the relevant market for oil and gas in India, there is no regulation that your company cannot handle more than, say, X percent of the crude oil that is being imported or exported out of India. There is no de facto cap in any relevant market or any sort of market in India. So therefore, it is very interesting and intriguing, honestly, to see that the NPCI thinks that they should and they must have a de facto cap on how successful these individual companies can get. And honestly, this goes against much of our developed competition jurisprudence in India, in the sense that our understanding of competition law is set in the idea that you let the free market work. You let individuals compete with each other, you let firms compete with each other, and you let the consumers signal to these commercial entities by how much they adopt one app over the other. For example, currently, Google Pay and PhonePe capture around 80% of the market. What is the signal that that sends from the consumer side? That sense that people are very comfortable with these apps. They like to use these apps. Probably they like to use these apps because their payments are more seamless in these apps. The rate of failure is low. The ecosystem of these apps is really easy to use. I personally use Google Pay because I like its interface. It's very easy and the rate of failure is very less. So why must the NPCI step in and tell these individuals that you can't be successful? That even despite all of the technological advancements you've made, even though you did not flout any rules and you were successful because you were able to give a superior technological product than others, then why must the NPCI step in and tell them that you can't be successful? Now, the regulations that they've developed is that, as we will see later in the threshold matrix, is that if you are fitting in one of the thresholds of how much volume of the digital payments you are transacting, the NPCI will let you know that you are coming very close to the 30% mark. And if you reach the 30% mark, you can also potentially get a penalty. So this is the threshold matrix in which the level 1 is between 25% to 27%, in which there's a first alert that is being sent to the TPAP and the PSB bank, which is to say actually all of these TPAPs are required by law to have a sponsor bank, which is to say, for example, if Google Pay has SBI as its sponsor bank, what it means is that Google Pay's transactions are handled by SBI and are routed through SBI. So if the volume of transactions is between 25% and 27%, the first alert is sent by TPAP that you are coming closer to the trigger threshold. The level 2 is if your transaction volume is between 27.1 to 30, in which case a second alert is sent. And at this level, they also ask you that not only do you have to take cognizance, you also have to tell us what steps are you taking in to not breach that threshold. And the level 3 is, of course, if you have already breached the 30% threshold, then by law, you are supposed to stop onboarding more customers, and you must give undertaking with respect to what will you do to comply with this law. And now we will go on to understand what it really means. What it really means is that it's directly disincentivizing these TPAPs to innovate, because their only incentive to innovate currently is so that they can get more and more customers, so that they can have a dominant position in the market. But as is established by centuries of competition law, just being dominant in a market is not illegal. It is the abuse of dominance that is illegal. But what we are seeing in the UPI ecosystem is that they are going against centuries of established competition law principles by assuming that big is bad, and therefore we will not let any of these companies to be big in the first place. Now let's understand the NPCI regulation vis-a-vis its mandate under the Payments and Systems Act. It's a very interesting point that the author raises here, which is that for someone who is so integral to the ecosystem, which is TPAPs, they don't find any representation on the NPCI committee for UPI. In fact, that UPI committee that takes decisions that are far-reaching for these commercial entities, it's very ironical that none of these technological ventures have any representation. So basically, they exist in a market space in which they are being told what to do, and they can't even voice their dissent against any of the regulation rules that NPCI makes. As therefore, the author points out, in this context, firstly, NPCI's measure coming from an entity that is supposed to regulate its market on the basis of the participative approach along with industry participation affects specific market participants, rather companies like PhonePe and Google Pay adversely, which are not represented at the table while benefiting others. And the reason why the author is saying that it benefits others is if you're asking Google Pay to reduce its share in the market, of course that means that the market share is being freed for other apps to grab. It's very important to understand that this is not normal market mechanisms in which for any other company to be able to gain a market share, they would have to compete with Google Pay. They would have to give some advantages to the consumer. They would have to fight it out. But in this case, they are able to secure any kind of advantage or any kind of market share only because the NPCI has asked these wildly successful TPAPs to somehow not be successful and reduce their market share. Secondly, the author argues, while the move is termed as a measure to address the risks and protect the UPI ecosystem and to provide diverse opportunity, it is clearly aimed at preventing a duopoly and thus is an anti-competitive measure. And this is the argument that NPCI is mainly holding on. They're arguing that this is actually us preserving competition. But then isn't that the role of the Competition Commission of India? And this is where we get onto the next part of this paper, which is that, is this even the mandate of NPCI and whether this is something that the CCI should take up? It's really important to understand that even though we have had complaints to the CCI under Section 19 that concern the TPAPs and that concern UPI ecosystems, the Competition Commission of India has yet chosen not to intervene in the TPAPs market. And then the author goes on to provide us with many examples of digital market cases while arguing that in digital markets, you have issues such as network effect, which means that in, say, apps such as WhatsApp, the reason why it is successful and the reason why most people use it is because most of the other people around them are using it. And therefore, the reason why such technological applications become successful is because as more and more people use it, that incentivizes other people to adopt this technology as well. Now, the author also points that even though WhatsApp Pay has been denied an approval by NPCI because of data localization requirements, recently those requirements were assumed to be met and the NPCI gave WhatsApp Pay an approval, and therefore WhatsApp Pay has now started. And therefore, one of the arguments of NPCI is also that we want new entrants in the market such as WhatsApp Pay to also gather more market share. But again, the question is that shouldn't WhatsApp Pay compete in the free market and only be able to gather a higher market share if it is superior to other applications? But then the authors point out to one of the complaints to the CCI, in which the CCI noted that UPI payments qualify to be a separate product market independent of other payment methods on account of its differing technology and user convenience. Therefore, the CCI held the market for UPI payments application in India to be a separate product market with several other third-party UPI apps, which could be freely downloaded by users such as WhatsApp Pay, Beam, PhonePe, etc., etc. The CCI observed that the absence of coercion and presence of well-established players in the market does not raise any competition concerns, which is then going to the author's main argument that why is NPCI so overtly regulating this space when the CCI, the regulator, the main regulator that is intended and that is mandated with ensuring fair competition in any kind of ecosystem, in any kind of relevant market itself, when receiving a complaint, argued that the system is competitive and the system does not warrant any kind of intervention from the competition regulator. However, as the author has argued, a mention has to be made to the Google Pay case, which was again another complaint under Section 19 of the Competition Act, in which it was argued that Google is abusing its dominance and leveraging its dominance in the App Store market to promote and to strengthen its dominance in the UPI market. And therefore, the CCI held that such contractual arrangements with smartphone manufacturers have the potential to disturb the level playing field in the TPA market and thereby merit an investigation. There's two insights from this. Number one is that CCI also believes that in the status quo, the TPAP market and the UPI market is competitive, that there is no competition concern as of now yet. However, CCI says that these contractual agreements between Google and the smartphone manufacturers, which basically are agreements in which Google asks these smartphone manufacturers to download a specific set of mobile applications if they want to download even one or two of Google's applications, such as the Play Store. CCI is saying that this may impact potential competition and therefore merits an investigation. But the fact remains is that the CCI, which is the main competition regulator in India, itself does not assume or think that there is any kind of substantial or live threat to competition in this ecosystem. So why does NPCI think that they need to enforce a 30% cap? And secondly, is it legal for them to do it in an ecosystem where there is no representation by TPAPs and there is not clear guidance as to whether this should come from RBI itself or NPCI is legally competent to make these kind of laws. In conclusion, the author argues that dialing back the market leaders now
and each mediator has some style.
I apologize for the disruption. I got locked out of the meeting due to some internet issues, but as we were coming to a conclusion of the paper by Akshay Purandare, which was on NPCI ecosystems and whether NPCI is legally competent and whether the 30% cap is a beneficial requirement. I think then the author in conclusion was arguing that the market for UPI, TPAP so far has been driven by innovation and innovative products and business models. And the reason why this was happening was that all of these commercial entities had an incentive to innovate because they wanted to gain more of a market cap. But now that there is a market cap on the transaction volumes and how successful these individuals can get, we don't know whether the same kind of innovation will happen in this ecosystem or not, because you've basically taken the main incentive of a commercial entity away. And therefore, it kind of raises questions of whether we have, in our earnest intention of regulating and saving the ecosystem against abuse of dominance and anti-competitive agreements, sent this ecosystem years back because we aren't comfortable with competition and the free market. Again, if you have any questions for the author, please feel free to write them in the chat. I will convey these questions to the author and then we will get back to you. But now for the second paper of the first panel on competition law in digital markets, we have our second and very interesting paper on taming the big tech. Is Indian equivalent of EU's Digital Markets Act the right answer, by Heer Kamdar and Muskan. So I would request both of them to start presenting their paper. And as we've already told you, you can present your paper in any which way. So please, Heer and Muskan, stage is yours. Please present your paper.
Hello, am I audible?
Hello, good morning. We'll be just presenting our PPT. Please give us 2 minutes. Can you please enable the participant screen sharing?
Just a minute. Can you just for you, just a minute more. How do I? Just a minute. I've just spoken to the IT. He's doing it in just a second.
Sure.
Hi, is it done?
Ma'am, it's done.
Okay, I think you can do it now.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Cool.
Right. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Great. So, Muskan, please start.
Yeah. So, just a sec. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Here I would be presenting on the topic Taming the Big Tech is an Indian equivalent of EU's Digital Markets Act, the right answer. We'll start off with the introduction. Technology has led to the creation of new digital businesses and multi-sided platforms to say, which has changed the face of traditional markets. So the big tech in the heading, as we see, it would include major corporations like Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, which operate more than half of the global internet market. So since they occupy a considerable portion of the value chain and the digital ecosystem, they are able to engage in anti-competitive practices, them being pervasive control of ecosystem, abuse of dominance, and cartelization. So taking note of these excessive anti-competitive practices of the big tech, the Parliamentary Standing Committee tabled a report in December 2022 which sheds light on the same, and it calls for an Indian equivalent of the European Union's Digital Market Act. So the paper we have written, it would analyze the report and it would endeavor to look for answers within the existing legal framework, which will examine the recent developments, the Google case being one of them, in the Indian antitrust regime. It also calls into question whether merely aping the foreign laws would help solve a problem that is very specific to India and its economy. Uh, just to explain the flow of the paper, we would also like to tell you what is the roadmap. So the paper would start off by enumerating on the most common antitrust practices which the big tech engage in. Then the next section would follow on the DMA, which is enacted by the European Union. And it would draw parallels to the antitrust regime in India, which is mentioned in the report by the committee. We would follow on that by some introspection and looking at the Indian competition law framework, which would include the Competition Act of 2002 and the Competition Amendment Bill 2022, with the help of the recent Competition Commission of India against orders against Google, of course. Lastly, the paper would conclude by calling into question if there is really a need to enact an Indian equivalent of EU's DMA to regulate and curb the anti-competitive practices of big tech companies, of course, Google, Meta, Microsoft in India. So next slide. No, the previous one. Yeah. So firstly, let's discuss the anti-competitive practices of the big tech. The first would be the platform neutrality and self-preferencing. So this is notably linked to app stores. So self-preferencing, as the term suggests, is when an entity prefers its own products and services over the others. So it is often seen in cases that a platform, they show bias towards its own application as opposed to the applications which is developed by the others. So the platform for all apps is not neutral, and which are developed in-house, they take an unfair advantage over the others. The most recent example could be of Google, which shows a clear bias to its own apps by example they prominently place themselves in the Play Store. They manipulate the algorithm and they favor their own apps basically. The next would be anti-steering provisions. So in anti-steering provisions, the platforms or the app stores, they limit the choices available to the developers in terms of payment systems. So one of the most prominent examples here would be the Google Play Store again. According to the Google Play Store's policy, app developers must exclusively and mandatorily use the GBPS, the Google Play billing system, to accept payments for apps. So this is one of them. Then next we come to bundling and time. So what is bundling and time? First, I would explain that. Bundling would refer to when two or more products or services are offered as a package at a discounted price. And tying is when a supplier makes the sale of one product conditional upon the purchase of another product. So the motive behind this all or nothing approach is to deprive customers of their right first to choose, and the second would be to eliminate their rivals. Again, the Google example. The Google offers its mobile apps and services to device manufacturers as OEMs. OEMs here would be original equipment manufacturers as a bundle under the GMS, which would be the Google Mobile Services. The Google Mobile Services would include the Chrome app, the Google Search app, YouTube, Play Store, etc. So this GMS, they help support functionality across various devices, and the Google asks the device manufacturers to sign a MADA or an AFA. MADA would be Mobile Application Distribution Agreement, and AFA would be Anti-Fragmentation Agreement, and this would allow them to withhold competing app stores from providing Google's apps like YouTube. Then we come to data usage. Data usage would be when, since data is hailed as the new oil of the century, it holds vast power and it's a fundamental resource for many businesses, especially the tech businesses. So tech firm operates through algorithms which run using colossal databases. These databases can, of course, be exploited by them to gain monopolistic control over the market. Cross usage of data is also very rampant due to the amount of data that these big techs hold. For example, Meta is the parent company under which Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram operate. So privileged data can be taken by one vertical and can be used by another company to gain competitive advantage. Lastly, we would come to mergers and acquisitions. So since these big tech companies wield such huge power, there is always a choice between build versus buy. So the firms usually, or these companies usually opt for the buy option, which is to squash the ability of smaller firms to grow. So killer acquisitions are on the rise, where high valued startups are taken over by these big techs without being subject to merger control rules. These are few of the very prevalent anti-competitive practices. Now we would explain on what is the EU's Digital Market Act, and he would take on from here. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good morning. So the reason we are talking about EU's Digital Markets Act is because the Standing Committee report has replicated a lot of many provisions of EU's DMA in their report, and they basically call for a similar act in India. The reason we are talking about this is it's a comparative analysis between DMA and the report. What is the report suggesting, and whether do we really need such an act in India? So first of all, let's look at EU's DMA. They define gatekeepers, which is identifying the leading players that significantly affect competition. This identification is based on qualitative and quantitative criteria. This same concept of gatekeepers has been borrowed by the Standing Committee in their report. And instead of gatekeepers, they are known as systematically important digital intermediaries, SIDIs. And they are essentially the leading players that negatively influence competition, and they are identified on the basis of their revenue, market capitalization, and number of active users. The report also calls for an ex-ante approach that should be taken. This is also something that's already been prevalent in EU's DMA. What is ex ante approach? It is competitive behavior evaluated ex ante before markets end up being monopolized instead of then ex post evaluation. So it's a code of conduct based approach where the rules, where the act, where the government comes up with guidelines that the firms need to follow. So instead of regulating the firms after they have penalized all these the competitive law provisions, ex ante approach helps them to already abide by them, so such scenario does not come up in the first place. So after looking at India's EU's DMA, let's look within the Indian legal framework. What is the current existing regime? What does it say? So right now we have the Competition Act 2002, that is the act itself, sections 3 and 4. Sections 3 and 4 form the core of the present antitrust regime, while Section 3 acts as a check which on mergers which might subdue the competition in the market. Section 4 pertains to all actions that would amount to abuse of one's dominant position in the market. So recently, if you look at the CCI orders against Google, it establishes that Section 4 under the present act is wide enough to include within its ambit the anti-competitive practices undertaken by the tech giants. And here is how. So in the case of Mr. Umar Javed and others versus Google LLC and another, the CCI held that Google, by bundling its applications and mandating the pre-installation of the entire Google Mobile Suite GMS under the various agreements without giving an option to uninstall the same, it imposed unfair conditions and thus contravened Section 4, subclause 2A under the Act. It also said that it reduced the ability and incentive of other device manufacturers to develop and sell devices running on alternative versions of Android. And this consequently limits technical and scientific development to the detriment of the consumers, which falls also under Section 4 of the Act. Moreover, there was another order against Google. In that, Google CCI held that the anti-steering provision enforced by Google by mandatorily imposing GPBS denied market access to payment aggregators as well as app developers, thus breaching Section 4, Clause 2, Subclause C of the Act. This is also amounts to limiting technical development in the market and overall abuses its dominant position, Google. So this is how Section 4 has been used by the CCI to curb the anti-competitive practices by Google. And this can be an example that is, set by CCI, and it regulates the overall anti-competitive practices by the big tech. Now, right now, we have the Competition Amendment Bill 2022 as well. It talks about, there is an interesting provision now that's been added that apart from regulating deals on the traditional basis of assets and turnover, the bill seeks to add an additional threshold of value of transaction, where if the target company's assets or turnover don't fall within its limits, they'll also look at what is the deal value of the threshold if it is based on data or some certain business innovation of the target company. So this also helps the mergers and acquisitions problem that was highlighted above by Muskan. And when the report was talking about the mergers and acquisitions, so that problem also gets solved over here. Bundling and anti-steering provisions that was seen in the report, those problems also get covered by the recent CCI orders. So basically what we are trying to say is many of the problems that the standing committee highlights in its report is already being covered or will be covered by this new act, by the new amendment bill. So do we really need a DMA? We conclude that while the report highlights the need to regulate big tech, whether completely new legislation like the EU's DMA is really required, it requires further deliberation. The recent CCI orders have already established that Section 4 under the Act is wide enough to include within its ambit the anti-competitive practices undertaken by the tech giants. The suggestion of adopting an ex-ante approach is it should be incorporated in bill itself, or it can be in the form of rules or guidelines under the Act, rather than coming up with an entirely new legislation in itself. Merely aping the antitrust laws enacted in foreign jurisdictions without due consideration of the context of the domestic economy is not advisable, because India as a country has many MSMEs as well, and our economy and the business economy in India is completely different to what you see in Europe. So there should be a few. You should consider. We say we are saying that you should consider. You should look at the domestic economy and not blindly follow and ape foreign laws. And that is what I stand for the on the standing committee report that's been come out. Thank you. We are ready for any questions if you would have any for us.
Guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them directly to the authors. You can also mention them in the chat. Otherwise, I have a few questions for the authors that I will ask. I'll wait for a minute. If there are no questions, then we will begin a few questions for the authors. All right, I don't think there's any questions. I have a few questions
Right.
for the authors. Number one is you placed a lot of focus on the dichotomy between ex ante and the ex post approach. You argued that even though the kind of infrastructure of many markets is such that one would want to have a kind of an ex ante approach, but my question to you is that because in Indian market in which the dominance by any kind of commercial entities is not so well established, and this is in many senses the Indian market is still a young market. In that sense, do you think that it is good for our competition regulator to adopt an ex ante approach instead of an ex post approach, which is the case right now?
So right now we don't call for the ex ante approach completely replacing the ex post, because I think there should be provisions that if they are violated, there should be some sort of a mechanism to address those violations. I'm not saying that we are not saying that ex ante approach should completely replace these ex post provisions that are already there. But I think ex ante approach should be adopted just to keep the government in the loop of what is happening, because there should be certain guidelines that the tech giants should be following. There should be a code of conduct based approach, or compliances where the tech giants, they keep the government informed about what they are doing, and just so where a few permissions are needed, some sort of approach should be added in that way, where you need to inform the government of what you are up to, and you can't just directly do whatever you want to do and then the government takes hold of the situation and then penalizes you. So that is the idea.
All right, my second and last question for you is that you mentioned that we should not possibly and probably ape the foreign laws when it comes to competition regulation, because India is a specifically different market than foreign markets. So can you tell our listeners and viewers, what do you mean when you say that the Indian market is a different market, and therefore, because of the characteristics, we should not ape foreign laws?
So number one, let's look at EU and let's look at India. EU is a developed nation and India is still a developing nation. It's rapidly growing, no doubt about that, and we are doing great right now. But I think there's still scope to be better. There's always scope to be better. Number two, there was recently, if you look at news, Google announced Google, Apple, they've announced that they are trying to they'll be investing in India. They'll be setting up manufacturing plants in India. They would be manufacturing their devices, everything. They would be shifting bases from mostly China to India. There have been reports about those things. So right now, India is being seen as a very lucrative hub as a manufacturing unit for all these tech giants. if you look at, if you regulate this space a lot, there would be, you would be these tech giants wouldn't get enough incentives to come to India and set up their bases. We do need the investment, and I think India has a scope to do a lot more with its population and with its working class, because our population right now, the majority of it is working class. So we have young blood, we have the scope to do a lot more. And right now, just looking at the foreign laws and enacting them, copy pasting their template is not the way to go about it. I'm sure these tech giants, they need to be regulated, but I think you need to tailor make it, and you can't just ape it. That is what you're trying to say. And also, India has many MSMEs, small, medium enterprises that require some more incentives to develop. So just copy pasting these laws and just saying that big is bad is not something that should be done, because essentially you're saying that you should not grow. You should stop somewhere because big is bad. So I don't think that is something that should be done right now.
All right, thank you, Heer and Muskan, for this fantastic paper. I think it really captured the essence of where we are in the Indian competition law jurisdiction and the essential dichotomies that underline the competition regulation in India. Because we are seeing in other jurisdictions across the world that there are recent and exciting developments that are happening. These jurisdictions want to rein in big tech. They want to control big technologies more and more. But whereas in India, we're still, because we're a young, CCI is a young regulator, and we're still a young market, we are in many ways behind these world economies. But then, as he and Muskan pointed out, that do we need to feel the sense of urgency of copying and aping all of these foreign laws when India is not just a young not just has a young regulator, but as a market is also not just young, but especially different from other markets. Thank you, Heer and Muskan. Now we will move on
Thank
to
you
the
so
third and the final paper for this panel, which is by Sudiksha, which is titled Digital Dilemma, Labor Rights Within Intersection of Digital Markets and Competition Law. Sudiksha, please, I invite you to share your views on this great paper that you've written. The stage is now yours.
Thank you. I'll just share my presentation. Yeah, I hope everyone can see my presentation. I'm assuming people can see my
Yes, we
presentation.
can, Sudiksha. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. My paper is titled Digital Dilemma, Labor Rights Within Intersections of Digital Markets and Competition Law. So currently in the fields of digital markets and competition law, we see it's constantly evolving and developing, and significant research has been put into analyzing and the evolving relationship between all these areas. So digital technologies, digital markets are all becoming very important aspects of our global economy. And by this, I mean the internet, cloud computing, big data, fintech, and various other new digital technologies are used to collect, store, analyze, and share information digitally and transform social interactions. So in the background of all this, the digitization of economy has created a lot of benefit efficiencies that drive innovation and fuel more job opportunities. And because of this, in the background of all this, we are seeing that there also needs to be changes in the law and other areas that need to come up in order to keep up with the changing society. So when these technologies are influencing the way people interact and bringing about broad sociological changes within even competition law, it has become a very crucial tool to see that digital markets are fair and open. There is fair and open competition, and not just for one or two key players, but every player that is involved in the digital market has a fair chance. So basically, I'm trying to use what is known as the consumer welfare standard, which I will explain further into this presentation. I want to propose a shift from the consumer welfare approach to a more labor approach in order to bring fair competitive practice in the digital markets. So yeah. The general structure of my paper starts from the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution, where I will begin to sort of trace the emergence of digital markets. From there on, I'll begin to discuss the nexus between digital market, digital labor, and what I call the big bad corporation. And lastly, I will propose a way to tackle the current policy problems that I've identified within my paper, and how protection of digital labor can be through what I previously explained, a shift from the consumer welfare approach to a labor approach. So yeah, I'll begin with the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution. So this term has been coined by Klaus Schwab, who is the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. And we're aware that the first industrial revolution is water and steam to power and mechanized production. The second used electric power to create mass production. Third used electronics and information technology to maximize and automate production. And now the fourth industrial revolution is sort of set to be building on the third industrial revolution to create a fusion of technologies, which are sort of blurring the lines between physical, digital, and biological spheres. So with this new fourth revolutions, business organizations are faced with well-developed and diverse artificial intelligence skills that are basically merging with digital markets, creating digital markets, and also a popular shorthand for business activities that use, which is also a popular shorthand for business activities to use digital technology either to further business activities or branch out into newer markets. Within the same sphere, employers also are noticing changes within the market where they're using smart ecosystems, and digitization of basically their manufacturing and production processes has created a redesigned output of goods and services, where labor has now been redefined, and it is not purely in a physical sense. Labor has transcended the boundaries of a physical place. So within all of this, digital markets and industries have a very important and necessary role to strike a balance between the need for new employment conceptions and efficient technology innovation. Fundamentally, what I think is the sector must envision new working realities in line with workplace designs and concepts. So the rise of innovation has, as I mentioned previously, this rise of innovation has created a new legal issue that has not newly been observed through research. And these issues are relating to either IP rights, e-commerce, and digital rights. And here the markets inculcate more technological advancements, questions surrounding the effects of such business practices, and the effects are seen on job security, wages, or even working conditions, which are brought to light. And there's been this sort of new attention being placed on antitrust policies and how the effect of these policies are seen on labor law as well. So with this background in mind, I've moved on to digital market, digital labor, and the big bad corporation, which basically I want to analyze the intersecting problems in labor and competitive markets, where it is only now right to push the conversation ahead to understand the nuances of the issues the digital revolution has brought for the policymakers who are analyzing this sort of nexus. So here, largely, I try to focus on the corporations and how in digital markets and how they use their market dominance and sort of like they create a labor monopoly. By this I mean that by labor monopoly, what I essentially mean is a situation where a single buyer has significant market power in labor market, allowing them to influence wages and working conditions. So in a labor monopoly, essentially the employer has the ability to pay workers less than the marginal value product, which results in like lower wages and reduced employment opportunities to the laborers present there. So it can generally arise in places where there's either a significant barrier to entry in the labor market, or there's such a lack of alternative job opportunities, a lack of skills or information among the workers, which we see is the case right now. So if I were to observe the concept of labor monopoly better, I would use the example of Google. So Google is one of the largest technology companies right now and has a significant market power. So with that, they have a huge power in the labor market for technology workers. So this allows Google as a company to influence the wages of and working conditions of the technology workers who are in that market, the same market as Google. So yeah, so this is what I mean. So an analysis of all this will facilitate the understanding of the implications of practices on the corporation practices on the labor market, especially since the current standard is not in a labor antitrust, but rather than a consumer antitrust perspective. So yeah. So by this I mean Google again taking Google is an example of how they're creating market dominance would be the scaling of technology that Google used. So it is well known that Google had leveraged several key strategies in order, like its search algorithm. So Google's search algorithm, PageRank, was a revolutionary approach to ranking websites based on their relevance and authority. These provided more accurate and relevant search results, which helped it gain a large user base and become a sort of dominant search engine. Scalability, the Google also used was highly scalable, allowing it to quickly and efficiently process a large amount of data. And this allowed it to provide fast and reliable search to a growing user base, which had helped it maintain a dominant position. But more infamously, Google's market domination had also been criticized for allegedly engaging in anti-competitive practices. And some of these are, as we've known, search bias, where critics have accused Google of promoting its own products and services in search of results, even if it's not the most relevant or the most useful source, or they've entered into exclusive contracts where it has been accused of entering into contracts with smartphone manufacturers to be the default search engine on the set devices, and has limited the ability of search engines to compete and reach a larger base due to Google's exclusive contracts and acquisition of competitors. So these practices, though, have led to multiple ongoing antitrust investigation by the EU. The same, there's very little on the labor perspective, which throughout the paper I try to bring out by showing how even Eric Posner has sort of spoken about how through his work, how labor, I'm sorry, I have some issues. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So even Eric Posner speaks about how the U.S. antitrust Sherman has failed the laborers by approaching it through a consumer welfare standard. So yeah, so within this paper, I've attempted to also bring out discussions around digital labor and its ability. So basically, its ability to transcend boundaries. So since the market has changed to a digital market, it is obvious that labor has adopted itself to more to new changes and led to a commodification of labor, which I feel is the problem. So basically, the commodification of labor has created a process where labor is viewed merely as a commodity, where it has not, where it is only being offered to the person with the lowest bidder. So the lowest bidder is the one who gets the job in the market, and this severely creates with a lack in quality of services that has been rendered. So apart from this system, it also perpetrates a sort of asymmetry of information dissemination, which harms the workers further, since they're unable to upgrade their skills to match the market and needs, or to modify their skills better to take a better position in the value chain production. So while there are just a few issues faced by laborers in this digital market, so the basically the biggest problem is where companies like Amazon has been using anti-competitive practices like predatory pricing, unfair data collection to gain a leverage in the market. And it's also problematic because they use low labor wages, lack of benefits, and poor working condition to sort of create a sort of precedent in the market on the way laborers have been treated, especially with the lack of information on how they're even providing value to the final product. There is lack of information which is not allowing them to further scale up in the chain. So as I previously discussed the consumer welfare standard, I'll finally be explaining the same. So business practices are generally evaluated on the basis of their impact on the consumer welfare. So this includes price, quality, variety of goods and services, and the availability of the same to the consumers. So business practices that are seen as promoting consumer welfare, such as competition and innovation, are generally considered to be legal and acceptable under the current competition law. So conversely, business practices that are seen harming consumer welfare, such as anti-competitive behavior, are generally considered to be illegal and in violation of competition law. This can include practices such as price fixing, exclusive dealing, and abuse of dominance. So the consumer welfare standard is a widely used and accepted methodology in competition law, and it's considered as a cornerstone of modern competition law. So here, business practices are evaluated on the impact and impact on the consumers, and they help to ensure consumer competition law is help to only promote the interests of consumers and promote economic efficiency. So the obvious problem we can observe just by that definition is that since when a demographic change is there in the digital market, which transcends boundaries, the consumer and the workers are essentially the same set of people. And at some point, anti-competitive strategies cannot be framed in a manner that would solely be seen from a consumer standpoint. So if a company engages in anti-competitive practices that restrict competition, this may result in higher prices for consumer, but lower wages for workers. It becomes very difficult to evaluate the impact of business practices on consumer welfare and worker welfare separately, since both groups are affected in the digital market. So therefore, in a digital market, it will be necessary to consider both consumer welfare and worker welfare when evaluating the impact of business practices on competition. So this becomes very essential, especially when a lot of times consumers in the digital market are not paying through means of price. They're paying through personal data and other leverages, which allows for the company to provide cheaper products. But cheaper products also mean that they're setting out less money for the workers who are involved in producing the product in the digital market. So here to conclude my thoughts, so while the consumer welfare standard is an important principle, it is not sufficient in the digital market, where especially when both consumers and workers are within the same digital market in the same space. So a more comprehensive integrated approach is required, which considers both the consumer and worker, and it is necessary to ensure that competition law promotes the interests of both groups and contributes to economic efficiency. So on this, based on this, I'd like to discuss the possible protections for digital labor and how some policy problems need to be tackled. So the recent pandemic has accelerated the transition to a digital society. Because there was a huge geographical restriction on activities, but the same has also exposed the regulatory gaps and the weak enforcement mechanisms in the current labor markets that struggle to regulate new forms of work or the shifting market practices. So starting at the grassroots, a large portion of digital laborers are classified under the headers of self-employed or independent contractors, and as such working conditions and circumstances are generally governed by terms of service agreements unilaterally set by platforms. It is crucial to examine regulations surrounding platform labors from the ground up. So here, service agreements that alienate workers from workplace protections and entitlements that general laborers enjoy must be reimagined and re-researched on how you can bring these individuals back into the protection of organized labor. So for example, France. So by establishing the criteria of collaborative platforms, they've ensured that digital labor employers must cover risk of occupational accidents, and it must be equal to the legal voluntary schemes. So in addition, the state has also granted collective rights to independent employers, including the ability to form, join, participate in a union, and the ability to organize and participate in strikes. So additionally, in a policy front, the policy changes to the paper I would like to suggest is mainly there is a need to shift from a consumer-centric antitrust practice to a more labor-focused one, while this onset of strategy appears to help consumers by offering cheaper pricing of products. The consequence is that competitors are generally driven out of the market, leaving fewer products and less options available. So such methods frequently go unnoticed in a consumer-centric centered antitrust framework. So especially where price-based competition analysis is sort of leaves out labor while identifying anti-competitive behavior. So dominant mergers practices may nonetheless hurt consumers in ways that are not price-centric, especially as I mentioned previously, where consumers are able to access relatively cheap products and even free services in the guise of something where they are selling something as intangible as their personal data. So there is a there needs to be a real-time shift in the approach of way labor practice, anti-competitive practices are analyzed, which also was, as I mentioned previously, highlighted by Eric Posner in his work, How Antitrust Failed Workers, where he clearly states the Sherman Act has failed to adequately define labor markets and establish that the defendants here had been acting in anti-competitive manner, especially when the burden of reforming such laws and broader where such laws have to include a broader ambit of definition. And this is a very real-time problem that needs to be very quickly tackled before more damage can be done to workers' rights, especially in the current market structure and the current times we're living in. So in conclusion, essentially, there needs to be a nexus between competition law and digital markets, and how this nexus has we have to analyze how this nexus created a sort of digital dilemma for labor rights. So the economy is clearly being reshaped by digital platforms and technologies, but we must not forget the rights of the workers who are impacted by anti-competitive company activities in this area. The knowledge asymmetry that prevents people from scaling up and improving their skills to move up the industrial value chain is made worse by digital platforms and the use of algorithms. So communities, consumers, and ultimately the workers themselves end up suffering by the commodification of labor. So it is very necessary to establish rights and laws and precedents in order to maximize the benefits of digitalization while upholding and honoring labor rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudiksha, for the wonderful paper. I just have one question for you because I think you pretty much summed your argument in your paper. My one question for you would be that given that your argument was that the consumer welfare standard is not appropriate as the only one true guiding light, because when we only follow that as the North Star, we are also letting go of many other considerations in your paper's case, which is the labor rights and how much we care for them. Because as you were arguing that in pursuing the consumer welfare standard, we can also, in some cases, forget that this comes at the cost of labor rights. So, in that sense, just telling our listeners and viewers more as an extension to your paper, what do you think can be certain legislative changes in not just Indian competition law framework, but generally how we think about competition laws, the legal aspect of it, which can incorporate your main argument, which is to give consideration to labor right movements in today's digital world.
Yeah, so I feel like some economies have started identifying gig workers as organized workers and sort of inculcating digital workers, especially as I mentioned, they're seen as unorganized labor, self-employed, and they're sort of pushed out in the sense where they don't have protection of even the laws that would apply necessarily to other organized workers. So bringing them in that ambit is also very essential. So as I mentioned, France has begun that process. So generally that sort of shift, a slow shift from just identifying who these workers are, gig workers especially, and bringing platform workers and bringing them into the ambit of the law first, giving the protection of the law is essential. And in a
How we can, this is ending on time.
can I continue?
Things are happening on time, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so in that sense, I feel like first give protection through the way of law, and then when they are protected, continue in a larger, to start from the individual protection and go larger on a more organizational level where companies are held to standards, labor protection standards as well, which is currently almost null and void in now. So there have been very interesting decisions on this where anti-poaching agreements, where companies who were technology companies who were sort of creating contracts that did not allow for their technology workers to work in other companies, sort of a way to limit their job opportunities, have been brought into court, they've been questioned, and they've been quashed. So that sort of positive change is very necessary in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Sudiksha. That was a wonderful paper, and I think that was a very novel way of looking at the current competition of framework, or in any case, how we think about competition law issues. I think, as rightly argued by you, in most normative discussions on competition law, around competition law, labor rights and worker rights don't find a mention. And given that how now we've moved into this digital age, facilitated and after the pandemic more so, I think now, as your paper argues, we have to and we must think about these issues. So thank you, Sidiksha, very much. Before concluding this panel, I would like to ask our viewers and listeners if there is any question that they want to ask any of our authors. Now is the time to do so. All right. Seeing that there are no more questions, I hereby conclude our first panel on competition law in digital markets. Please join us for our second panel on fintech and data privacy. We have some really fantastic papers written by our students at OP Jindal Global University. And the panel starts at 1:15 p.m. and we will all see you in our second panel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Crafton Law's undergraduate virtual research conference. We're going to begin with panel 2, which is about fintech and data privacy. We have some really wonderful papers written by the students at OP Jindal Global University. So first up, we have the authors Anirudh and Sarthak. They're going to present their paper on self-custodial wallets, a jurisdictional analysis of user privacy infringement. So yes, over to you.
Thank you so much. Just a second, I'll just share my screen and the presentation that we've made. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
All right. Good morning and good afternoon, actually, to one and all present here. My name is Sarthak Sharma, and my co-author is Anirudh Vadlamani. Both of us are fourth-year law students, and our paper, as you can see, is titled "Self-Custodial Wallets: Jurisdictional Analysis of User Privacy Infringement." So, obviously, as the title suggests, our paper is centered around one of the most upcoming and traction-gaining DeFi instruments, which is the self-custodial digital wallet. And through the course of this paper, we have analyzed the respective proposals set forth by the European Parliament's Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs, which is the ECON, and the US Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which is the FinCEN, both of which mandated the gathering and verification of personal data regarding owners of such wallets by centralized cryptocurrency exchanges and custodial wallet providers. So the purpose of this research is obviously, while it is true that regulators prioritizing on data collection is in furtherance of the overarching public interest to minimize anti-money laundering risks, it is also true that such collection might lead to user data privacy infringement instances. So what we aim to do is analyze these proposals and assess their congruency with their respective jurisdictions' privacy legislations, which include the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation for the European Union, and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act for the USA and other case laws. So to ascertain how the user privacy is being infringed substantively and operationally, we have subsequently also moving forward with suggesting and expounding on the need for a new governance model based on blockchain-based decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, and how such governance might be the future for lawmaking, which could facilitate unparalleled regulatory solutions. To conclude, we have proposed that the development of an ad-right regulatory system, which would be free from information oligarchies and management manipulations, to provide an idea of the overarching structure of our paper is. So to begin, I would like to just give an overview of what a digital wallet is. So essentially, it is a software program that holds payment or account information to facilitate both a traditional payment requiring bank and credit card information, as well as cryptocurrency transactions. So a cryptocurrency wallet's operative functioning is entirely based upon the generation of a distinctive pair of public and private keys, both of which denote the blockchain addresses, which is linked to the crypto assets. So essentially, a public key is equivalent of a bank account number, whereas the private key protects the wallet's security by serving as kind of a digital signature which certifies ownership over the wallet's crypto assets. Now, depending upon the provision of these keys, the cryptocurrency wallets can be divided into two categories. The first being a custodial wallet, wherein the private keys are held by third-party institutions instead of the user. And the second being a self-custodial wallet, which, as its name suggests, the private keys are held by the user themselves. Now, these wallets, the self-custodial wallets, are generally part of the DeFi spectrum, the decentralized finance spectrum, which function without any central authority sponsorship. And the general discourse around not handing over your private keys over to a third-party institution generally revolve around the fact that you don't have complete access to your holdings, and that there's also no state backing or insurance for such institutions if they were ever to go bankrupt. And also, intermediation by custody service institutions is being navigated through the operative functioning of the self-custodial wallets, but this has obviously attracted its fair share of regulatory intervention and legal discourse regarding administration of such transactions, which has led to issues regarding privacy, data protection policy, which is the subject matter of our research. Now, I'll move forward to the jurisdictional jurisprudence as I talked about. So I'll firstly talk about the European Union's proposal. So on the 31st of March last year, 2022, the ECON adopted amendments to the transfer of funds regulation and prohibited virtual asset service providers, which are the VASPs, from dealing with unhosted wallets without first having validated their identities. And such validation involved collection of data like their full names, their addresses, their ID numbers, and stuff like that. Moreover, It also mandated such WASPs to notify the appropriate anti-money laundering authorities regarding all cryptocurrency transactions which were valued over more than €1,000. Now, the issue with this highlights the classic problem with applying traditional finance policy outlooks to the DeFi sphere, as there is a flawed underlying assumption behind this proposal that the identities of the individuals who are involved in the transactions can necessarily be linked to a corresponding digital wallet. Because every such individual, they believe that they would have complete exercise and control over the wallets. So the related privacy issues with this proposal is the fact that this proposal intends to link individual identities with digital wallets and mandates stringent data collection, verification, and monitoring of data within the framework that it has proposed. Now, we believe that the concept of control over one's wallet has been misunderstood by them because attempts have been made to interpret the notion in terms of user identification rather than focusing on one's ability to transact. Because linking a user's personal information to a digital wallet would be redundant to the degree that such identity is not necessary to be proven or verified in order to be able to transact. Because as I previously mentioned, control over the wallet purely rests upon the custody of the private key. The proposition also raises larger privacy issues because the reporting requirement would be in conflict with the General Data Protection Regulations, the GDPR principles, which are enshrined in Article 5, which talks about data minimization and the minimum amount of data which is required to achieve the intended goal. Now, even by TradFi standards, it's very difficult to understand how a person's residential address, the date of birth, their ID number is relevant or required for transaction purposes, given the disconnect between the self-custodial control and identity. And although such data collection may be justified for public interest reasons, it might be argued that a de minimis exception, as advocated by the Financial Action Task Force or the FATF, could enable a less invasive manner of data gathering. Further, it is also unclear how users' specific GDPR rights, such as the right to be forgotten and the right to rectification, might be upheld if their personal information is connected to their unchangeable on-chain histories. Now, moving forward to the FinCEN proposal, the United States money laundering watchdog, the FinCEN, they proposed covering transactions with hosted wallets as well as self-custodial wallets in specific countries. Now, while the transactions were allowed, it was mandated for US banks and other money service businesses or MSBs to firstly verify the customer's identification and document the counterparty's names and addresses for all transactions which cross the threshold of $3,000. And secondly, they were required to submit currency transaction reports or CTRs, which kept records of the names and addresses of transaction counterparties whenever a customer conducted aggregate transactions totaling $10,000 or more in a 24 hours period. Now, the object and purpose of the regulations of the FinCEN as well as the EU both had references to the fact that unhosted wallets necessarily operate in a regulatory vacuum. Now, these regulators are obviously unable to inspect these transactions under the anti-money laundering and terrorist financing or AML or CFT measures. But pragmatically thinking, the banks or MSBs would be required to screen every single user transaction to flag whether a self-custodial wallet or a WASP is involved, and then maintain stringent record of identified users in accordance with the stipulations stated above. This is obviously not very cost effective, but talking about the privacy issues, which is the subject matter of the research, the proposed rules constitutionality can be contested as a warrantless requirement for data collection, storage, reporting, because it violates the US Constitution's 4th Amendment precedent, which held that people have a reasonable expectation of privacy over their information, which they don't voluntarily disclose to third parties for a necessary business purpose. Now, it may be argued that a rule exceeds the constitutional limit of permissible warrantless searches and seizures by financial organizations because it requires the particular collection of information about people who are not even customers of the financial institutions, which are the counterparties. Now, as held by the case of US versus Morton Salt Co. by the US Supreme Court, the government can only collect information which is not too indefinite and which is reasonably relevant. Thus, according to the 4th Amendment warranted standards itself, the data requested in the new recording obligations is extraordinary according to us because of 3 main reasons. Firstly, the bank customer does not supply it. Secondly, the data pertains to a person with whom the bank has no privity. And thirdly, the data is neither necessary nor particularly relevant to how the bank conducts payment activities. Thus, it can be argued, and what we have argued, is that a government-ordained act of unconstitutionally seizing personal information would be the result of just them delegating exchanges to acquire such personal information on the state's behalf without any warrant. Ancillary to this, the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act also accords protection to users' non-public personal information by bringing within its ambit all the financial institutions. Now, in this context, it would include all corporations facilitating digital wallets and ancillary transactions, and services who are allowed to collect users certain information as a part of their business models. But the statute specifically mandated that corporations need to notify users regarding how their data privacy is being utilized and to protect their non-personal public information's confidentiality against the concept of unwanted access. So, as there is no singular privacy legislation in the US, we shall be relying on case law jurisprudence to push our case forward. So the US Supreme Court determined in the California Bankers versus Schultz case that warrantless data gathering by financial institutions is constitutional, but only in the narrowly specific circumstance when the data is previously being willingly disclosed by the user and is being kept for a legitimate business purpose. In furtherance of the same, in the case of Smith versus Maryland, the Supreme Court again upheld that the users can retain a reasonable expectation of privacy with regards to information that they did not voluntarily disclose to any financial institution when such information was not being required in the ordinary course of business. And lastly, in the Carpenter case, it was established that even the information which is disclosed to a third party, it could still come under the ambit of reasonable expectation of privacy. Now, the reasonable expectation of privacy is thus axiomatically afforded to all transaction parties, especially the counterparties that we're talking about here. Therefore, the personal information can't be arbitrarily demanded and stored. In furtherance of these concerns is the general apprehension regarding the relative safety of these collected information within the FinCEN database itself, because they may be susceptible to hacking attacks because such highly sensitive user information is being accumulated in a singular database. Thus, the proposal comprises various user privacy-related issues, both the FinCEN and the EU proposals, which are not necessarily congruent with the judicial and legislative stipulations regarding the subject matter itself in their own jurisdictions. Now, me having laid down the foundational grounds regarding the various privacy concerns in the self-custody wallet data collection context, I'd like to invite my friend Anirudh to take the presentation forward in this regard.
Thank you, Sarthak. So by now, you might have gotten a sense of the privacy-related issues that Sarthak has talked about of both the proposals. So both these proposals have some significant drawbacks because of these privacy-related issues related to inefficiency, lack of privacy, and data protection. So what we have done here is divided these drawbacks into two subcategories. So it's subpar nature and lack of cost efficiency and violation of the right to erasure. So why are these proposals subpar at best? Regulators have made a mistake in identifying self-custody wallets as something similar or equivalent to its custodial counterparts. So custodial wallets, in its intrinsic meaning, is that there is a custodial entity behind the wallet that has the private key of the particular user, and it can generate the private key if and when a user loses its private key or it has to do some transaction via its wallet. But self-custodial wallet is something very different. This self-custodial wallet is something that provides the user autonomy to do the transaction on his own accord. So he has the private key, he does not require a custodial entity behind him, and he can do any transaction, anytime, anywhere, without the backing of the custodial entity. Secondly, regulators have made a mistake in identifying the growth of user base in DeFi. So let me just go through a case study done by AQR Capital. So in this case, they have proposed that around 40 or more than 40 actually % of Bitcoin is being traded by only 1,000 users. So this helps us understand that, okay, there people that are in this space right now, in this domain or sphere right now, are actually crypto savvy, tech savvy, and DeFi savvy persons who have knowledge about how to do arbitrage transactions. So this sophisticated knowledge required to operate a blockchain-based self-custody wallet deters retail investors and normal users of TradFi from entering this field. Therefore, we can deduce that sophisticated crypto investors with self-custody wallets are sure to use these wallets to conduct arbitrage. Hence, the very purpose of these proposals, that is the flagging of transactions for AML/CTF risk, becomes futile, because these arbitrage transactions will undoubtedly be above the stipulated amount every time, thereby making it inconvenient for the regulators themselves and the users of self-custody wallets to provide KYC. Now, why is it not cost efficient? But well, this is a very difficult question. It is very difficult to calculate the cost of KYC because of the myriad of dynamics that needs to be accounted for. So let's say there is like price of compliance tools, staff hires, and their manual hours. So one case study that is done by Hyperion has provided stats that disclose that compliance check by KYC are in the range of $30 to $130. And whereas a cost of ID verification on an average cost $3 or upwards. So comparing it with the DAO model that we have proposed later on this paper, it is pertinent to observe that we can do away with the verification without actually spending anything. Now, the second disadvantage is the violation of the right to erasure, or more commonly known as the right to be forgotten. Article 17 of the EU GDPR states that reasonable steps must be taken by the controller of personal data to erase the said personal data that has been made public. So this means that individual has the right to get its personal data on a public domain retracted by the controller, and the controller has to take reasonable steps to ensure that this happens. So in the case of Google Spain, the EU court upheld that individuals can challenge the indexing of publicly available personal data relating to them by Google search engine. Now, this is for EU, but one may argue that there is no statutory privacy legislation in the US. So how do we go about in US jurisdiction? So even though US does not have a statutory or common law scheme of privacy legislation, it has on several instances relied on the EU GDPR while forming its state-wise privacy bills. One such instance is the Bill A05323, which tries to mimic Article 17 of the GDPR, ensuring that any internet service provider, indexer, and search engine who have personal information of an individual on their public domain are obliged to remove any such personal data at the request of the individual. Now, you may say that how is all of this relevant to our current problem, that is KYC of self-custody wallet users? So to better understand this, let me explain. We know that blockchain can be best defined as an appended-only ledger, which is immutable. This essentially means that you cannot at all alter the already existing information on chain, but you can, of course, add to it. Now, if KYC is taken for every transaction above the stipulated amount, that means that the personal information is being stored on chain every time the transaction is happening. And because we know it is an immutable ledger, an appended only ledger, that means that this information cannot be retracted, but we can add to that information. Thus, it is violative of the RTBF. Now, looking at these drawbacks and inefficiency, it is essential to adopt an alternative regulatory stance. And we have done so by proposing regulation via regulatory DAO. But before we go in the tech nitty-gritty, first we need to understand what a DAO is, what is a DID. So firstly, DAOs are legal constructs or a network that have started to challenge the core belief that governance necessitates agency. DAOs are algorithmic organizations that are not run by any single entity of boards or managers, but instead are governed by a democratic or highly participatory audience. So there are two main types of DAOs prevalent today: participatory and algorithmic. So algorithmic would be a smart contract run DAO, where the base layer is a smart contract, and an if and then situation is qualified, then the smart contract automatically executes the function of the DAO. But whereas on the other hand, participatory DAO is more like a human intervention DAO. So the base layers are human coming together and interacting with each other, forming a consensus, and the layer 2 of the DAO is the smart contract that executes the functionality or the consensus that is drawn by the humans or the participation by the people or the members of the DAO. So now, what is DID? So DID would sound something more fancy, but it's actually decentralized identifier or a decentralized identity. So this is a newly proposed term that is going around the blockchain space right now. So what happens is DID, as it says, that is a decentralized identification. It can be anything related to a person's identity or an abstract identity of that person. So it can be anything: your address, your name, your car registration, or your motorcycle registration, your Aadhaar card, anything. It can be anything. So what DID does is that it is sort of an identifier that, okay, you are a legitimate person, you are not a bot that is going to do some AML CTF risks. Now, going into what the regulatory DAO would entail. So firstly, we have envisioned the regulatory DAO to be a government recognized regulator, similar to the existing regulators, but for the Web3 space only. And the main difference is that people are coming together to form decentralized regulation. As I talked about the participatory form of DAO. So we have taken the participatory form of DAO and we have envisioned that people will come together and form decentralized rules instead of people being appointed who make the regulations, like the current regulators, SEC, FinCEN, and all of the regulators that Sarthak talked about. Now, the tech bit is very important to basically propose a proof of concept in any proof of concept. So as you can see the figure here, so there is a regulatory DAO, there's a cross-chain Oracle, SC wallet, that is the self-custody wallet, and the users. So the flow of information, as you can see, is from the user to the SC wallet, to the cross-chain Oracle, and to the regulatory DAO. And then the flow happens other way around, from the regulatory DAO to the user. So what we have envisioned here is that firstly, when the user is given a DID on its registration with the DAO. So registration is compulsory with the DAO. Whenever in the Web3 space, registration is compulsory with the regulatory DAO. So you give a KYC, one-time KYC to the regulatory DAO, and they issue you a DID. So you may say, or you may counter my argument that you have been talking about doing away with KYC all this time, and you're saying that, okay, KYC is necessary right now. So what we're trying to do is, KYC is necessary to make certain that the person is legit, but we are doing away with the multiple KYCs that are being proposed by these regulatory proposals. So there's a one-time KYC, and then a DID is being generated. So while transacting, the user, what he does is he uses his DID to verify the transaction. When he's transacting with, let's say, a WASP or a custodial wallet, he uses his DID to verify the transaction. So he processes this DID to the self-custody wallet. So the wallet on its end to doubly check that, okay, is it canonical? So what it does is that wallet verifies the DID by sending a verification update to the regulatory DAO through the cross-chain oracles. So oracles are basically data feed or data structures that sort of carries information from one place to another. So cross-chain oracles is one blockchain to the different blockchain. So SC wallet might be on one blockchain, regulatory DAO might be on another blockchain. So we have to create an interoperable structures between them. We have sort of placed a cross-chain oracle in between. So oracle then requests the DAO for verification of the KYC. So it makes it ascertain that, okay, has the user actually done the KYC? So the regulatory DAO then gives the oracle the confirmation that yes, the KYC has been done. The cross-chain oracle then carries this data feed over to the SC wallet, and SC wallet then verifies the transaction, and the transaction is completed. So this is what we have envisioned through our proof of concept. Now, to conclude, we both agreed that DAO's autonomous code-driven functionality makes it a natural fit for decentralized applications, primarily those protocols which deal with digital asset transaction. The proposals by both Econ and FinCEN aimed at enhancing the regulation in DeFi spectrum, but have turned out to be excessive in nature and further violate certain privacy laws, as we discussed. The proposed proof of concept we have identified brings about a balancing regulatory framework based on a de minimis exemption. Our proposal intends to create a more balanced framework by perpetuating a less invasive manner of data gathering to minimize AML risk and allow customers to interact appropriately for lower value and risk propositions. Nonetheless, there are some limitations to blockchain-based DAOs which are still being researched upon. For instance, There's a lot of uncertainty regarding the need for blockchain governance and regulation, hack on DAOs, and the liability factor of members in case there is a legal action against the DAO. While these limitations are out of scope of this paper, they're worth mentioning so that future researchers, while developing on this proof of concept, can identify the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anirudh and Sarthak. A very insightful paper. So if there's anyone who has any questions, please put them forth now. Otherwise, I have a question.
Can I have a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sarthak and Anirudh, for that paper. I think it was very intriguing, the entire concept and the explanation that, how you want to come up with a solution in order to address a harsher regulatory framework. What I wanted to understand from your concept of regulatory DAO. So are you proposing, have you proposed something of that, like, there is the data that is within that DAO, is it more centralized? Let's say that, all the data of a person is there in that particular DAO, or it depends on that, what kind of a transaction it is, only that few data that goes from that DAO. Is it like a cell? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so it's not about how much data is there, because as we're proposing a one-time KYC instead of regular KYC on above the stipulated amount as proposed by the FinCEN and Econ. So what happens is you can give a one-time KYC to the regulatory DAO and it will be a repository of that information. So the regulatory DAO is sort of does have your information about who you are, your name, etc. But the decentralized identity that it is giving instead of the KYC is what functions on the blockchain. Your actual identity is not known to anybody. So the DID is sort of, let's say,
it'll be a set of code basically, which will identify you.
Yeah, it is a hash. It is a hash of your actual identity that will identify you to be a legitimate person and not a bot that is doing transactions via SC wallet.
And then thank you so much. So, and how do you, because for FATF, I mean, like they have written these multiple reports on the kind of threat, DAO and other cryptocurrencies or virtual currencies have made in the past. So don't you think, I mean, like DAO has previous DAOs have already been attacked. Don't you think this kind of proof of concept, it's not really hacking free? There have been like previous episodes. So don't you think like, there are privacy issues still within the system?
So I can explain this, but this might be out of scope of the paper, but I have a sort of understanding how we can make this regulatory DAO hack proof. So we will propose a proof of stake consensus for the regulatory DAO. So proof of stake consensus requires 51% of the attackers to come together to actually.
No. I'm so sorry I have to stop you over here. So that was exactly how they attacked. What happened was that there were 51%, more than 51% of the attackers, which basically got hold of that.
Yeah,
though the previous DAOs, yeah.
Professor, that was in proof of work, because proof of work requires the work that has to be done in order to. So the people can collude in proof of work, because there's only a limited amount of agencies like Amazon holds around 50% of the Bitcoin mining right now. So they can come together and form a collusive base to actually attack. But in proof of stake, when you are staking 32 ethers, let's say, because Bitcoin does not have the functionality of proof of stake. So let me give the example of Ethereum. If you're staking 32 Ethereum to become a validator on the blockchain, it is very difficult to actually go about setting up a collusive behavior, because you would need like n number of people to actually come together, and then 51% would be approximately a billion of sort in ethers to actually collude. And if proof of stake doesn't work, we have another solution, that is a DPoS consensus, that is a delegated proof of stake. So it provides more security to the network, because what is happening is that you are coming on as a validator by giving 32 ethers to become a validator. But at the end, what you're doing is you're delegating your powers to a particular node. So if so if that node doesn't or does a behavior that is not respected by the other nodes, so the you giving the power, you have the power to retract the power from the node, the delegated node. So delegated node will become a normal node, and then you can delegate the power to another node who will then validate your transactions. So it is like, let's say it is a democracy in sense, but it provides more security to the network. If
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I also have a question. So from my understanding, DAOs are community-based models. So they're based on this voting mechanism by all its members. So in the scenario you've proposed in your paper, then from what I understand, the members would be the wallet holders essentially. So traditionally, you also can't implement any changes in a DAO without a consensus on it. So let's say there's some security breach, something needs to be changed. So it would be difficult to do without the consensus of the members. So how do you propose to find a way to this obstacle?
can you repeat? Can you repeat?
So in DAOs are community-based models.
Yeah.
All members need to vote if there's any change that needs to be implemented. So if there is some sort of security concern and you need to maybe modify the smart contract that's embedded in the blockchain, so it would be difficult to implement that change if without a consensus of all the members. So then this results in a lot of delay to address
So
security breach. Yeah.
I would just argue this by saying the DPoS consensus mechanism. So as I said, DPoS is basically you're delegating a power to a particular node on a blockchain. So so basically blockchain runs on validators, right? So you are a member, you are a validator of that particular blockchain, validator of the transactions. So when we are applying a DPoS consensus, so you're coming together, you're staking 32, you are becoming a validator, then you are in turn providing your powers to a particular people who are then at the end coming into consensus and validating the transaction. So your question is that, okay, if there is a hack and you have to update the smart contract of sorts, then it would be very difficult to come to conclusion, right? So you need forking, you need yeah, I understand it, but in a DPoS, when there are limited number of actual validators, everyone else is a light node validator, and then the main validators are the validators that have been given the power by the existing group of people. So it will be very easy to come to a consensus with regards to change in the security or of sorts, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Niranjan, Sarthak. If there are any other questions, please let us know. Or you could also put them in the chat box as well. Right, okay. Thank you, guys. We can move on to the next paper. It's by Gurbani. Is Gurbani here? No, okay, we can just come back to us. So in the meantime, next paper is by Kashish and Vidyati. If you could share your screen, please. Yeah, over to you guys. Kashish and Vidyati.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, can you let me know if my screen is visible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone present here today. I, Kashish Goel, and my co-author Vaidriti Reddy. We are first-year law students pursuing BBLLB honors from OP Jindal Global University. First and foremost, we would want to express our sincerest gratitude to Craft and Law for providing us with this golden opportunity. The subject for our research paper is FinTech and Data Privacy, and the title is EMV Compliance and the Role of Banking Sector in the FinTech Industry Regulating Data Privacy. Well, today, EMV compliance has been rewriting the rules for tomorrow's technological tools that enables worldwide compatible secure payment and safeguards consumers' data. You might think that's quite a bold of a statement to make, but I beg to differ. Researching closely on some of the finest digital disruptors in financial service spaces has made me realize one thing: staying technologically relevant, in this context, embracing EMV compliance should no longer be an afterthought, but a priority. With that, I would like to direct your attention towards this quote by Chris Skinner. Ignoring technological change in a financial system based upon technology is like a mouse starving to death because someone moved their cheese. Moving on to the overview of the paper. Financial technology and data privacy are two of the most serious issues in worldwide modern academic study, and this paper brings them together. EMV, Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, is a set of technical tools that enable safe and secure payments to be done in person and online throughout the world. Companies in the financial technology industry use new technology and innovation to compete with incumbent financial institutions and intermediaries in the financial services market. Reading this paper helps readers to understand the issues posed by data privacy and how EMV compliance has played a critical role in the process of keeping customers' data safe, allowing them to discover solutions to these challenges. When paired with other layers of security, EMV is designed to significantly reduce the number of fraudulent card payments. Chip cards are famously difficult to imitate. Entrants and disruptors in the fintech businesses are redefining the traditional financial services industry as wealth management programs, mobile banking, lending platforms, and crowdfunding websites have become more widespread. As I go on to introduce our research paper, fintech was formerly considered as new skin on old rails by established business banking professionals and was thus dismissed. In today's reality, fintech raises traditional banking and financial sector performance standards by providing customer-centric services and updating financial product and service designs. It also encourages greater financial inclusivity. In today's world, though data privacy is a critical concern in the fintech business, fintech firms deal with sensitive financial data such as bank account details, credit card numbers, transaction history. If this information falls into the wrong hands, it might be exploited for criminal activities such as identity theft, fraud, and financial abuse. Individuals may be targeted through tailored schemes and phishing assaults. According to this viewpoint, fintech industry is responsible for protecting customers' information. Our research paper expands on this viewpoint and gives arguments in support of it. It is very important to establish and define phrases like fintech, data privacy, and EMV compliance, which will be used throughout our research paper and our presentation. So, what is fintech? Fintech is a portmanteau of financial technology, refers to an emerging financial services sector that is quickly becoming indispensable to financial institutions and is constantly impacting the way technologies support or enable banking and financial services. Fintech is the application of technology with the intention of enhancing and automating financial services. This includes the development of entirely new financial services software, applications, and platforms which are used in corporate realm of finance. You must be aware with mobile banking apps, internet payment systems, and peer-to-peer lending platforms. These are just some of the examples of fintech. This has a significant influence on how we customers save, borrow, invest, transfer, pay, and safeguard our money. We consider this newly coined phrase may be connected with startups and enterprises that offer highly unique and pioneering financial services or products via the use of information technology, IT, which we are all aware of, and which enables initiatives or utilizes the most recent accessible technology. Because of its potential to disrupt financial institutions, fintech is commonly viewed as a threat to the status quo. Secondly, coming on to data privacy. Data privacy is more crucial than ever in the digital era, as our personal information is frequently gathered and held by businesses, governments, and other organizations. The protection of personal information against unlawful access, use, disclosure, or destruction is referred to as data privacy. It is a basic right that gives people choice over how their personal information is gathered, utilized, or shared. To preserve the confidentiality of data, strong security mechanisms must be used. This might include encrypting sensitive data, implementing secure login methods, and updating security software on a regular basis. Third, EMV compliance. This will be discussed in a greater detail as my co-author presents our case for EMV compliance. But to give you a fair overview, EMV stands for Europay MasterCard Visa and refers to increased security of payment card transactions through the use of chip embedded in credit, debit, and prepaid cards.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vaidhriti Reddy. As my co-author has already introduced me, I will be taking you through a few of the most important topics in our paper, that is data privacy and EMV compliance. So when we talk about data privacy, because businesses, governments, and other organizations frequently acquire and keep our personal information, protecting our data privacy is more essential than it has ever been in this age of digital technology. Implementation of stringent security protocols is required to protect the confidentiality of data. This can involve encryption of critical information, the implementation of secure login protocols, and the regularly scheduled update of security software. We can dive a little into the evolution of how these data privacy methods have been in the past. So the evolution of laws protecting individuals' privacy is a very complicated process. It has been recognized for a very long time that everyone has a right to privacy, which extends back to the official eavesdropping regulations in England in the 1300s, and safeguards granted by the law of United States Constitution, in addition to the Declaration of Human Rights issued in 1948 by the UN. As a consequence of concerns over the development of computers and also for the safety of individuals' data, the first step towards establishment of data privacy standards that we're familiar with now in today's day and age did not begin until 1970s. So the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, that is the OECD, issued guidelines, which were the first set of international privacy rules, which were created in 1980. These guidelines allow us to have unrestricted movement of personally identifiable data across international boundaries. Since then, movement of they have had a substantial impact on how privacy laws are formulated in many jurisdictions all over the world. And a lot of us might wonder, what is the need for data privacy and why do we need to secure our data? Well, data privacy is important for all businesses, no matter how big or small they are or where they're located. Data collection is now an important part of all business operations, whether it's client data to perform a simple service or enterprise data to make sure that the critical infrastructure that they have works properly. In today's business environment and as the digital economy continues to grow, data are an important corporate asset. Even though data is useful and important, it can be hard to get businesses to protect data on their own. So things like financial data, health information, and other personal information about consumers or users can be dangerous if they fall into the wrong hands. So as a result, people can be at risk for fraud and identity theft if they don't have control over who can use their personal information. Also, a breach of data at the government level could put the security of a country at risk. And if one happens, if a data leak happens at your company, a competitor might be able to get access to your secret information. This is where rules about privacy come into play. And since we talked about data breach, I would also like to delve into the implications of a data leak and how it affects all of us. A security breach that leads to sensitive information getting out without permission is called a data leak. Data leaks can hurt people, businesses, and even an economy as a whole in a lot of ways. For people, a data leak can lead to theft of their identity and fraud with their money. Personal information like names, addresses, bank accounts can be accessed by people who are not supposed to and can be used for bad things. This can cause the person to lose money, have their credit score go down, or be hurt in other ways. A data leak can hurt a company's reputation and cause it to lose money. Customers might lose faith in the company and go elsewhere to do their business, which would mean less money coming in. If the company is found to be careless about keeping the customer information safe, it could also be sued and it would have to pay fines. So a leak of data can have a big impact on the economy as a result. It can make people less confident, which makes them spend less and slows down the economy as a whole. It can also lead to more regulation and stricter data protection laws, which as a result affect how businesses work and how the fintech industry comes up with new ideas. In the end, a data leak can cause big problems for people, businesses, and even the economy. People and businesses need to take steps to keep sensitive information safe, and the economy needs strong data protection laws. Let's talk a little bit about EMV compliance. So coming to the crux of the paper and what we aim to achieve with the paper was explaining how EMV compliance can play a big role in transforming the fintech industry and the data privacy regulations. EMV, like my co-author mentioned, is an abbreviation for Europay MasterCard Visa. It describes the enhanced protection given to financial transactions conducted using credit, debit, and prepaid cards by the incorporation of a computer chip into the card themselves. It is a worldwide standard for the technology used in payments that were developed by the card member associations, which had members like American Express, Discover, JCB, UnionPay, and Visa. And the EMV compliance requires the usage of chip cards, which are also referred to as EMV cards. These cards have a microchip that creates a unique code for each transaction, making them compliant with the EMV standards. Malicious actors will have a far more difficult time stealing card information or creating counterfeit cards as a result of this change. Card readers and terminal equipment need to have the capability of reading chip cards and securely processing transactions, which are to be compatible with the EMV standards. It allows us for the interchange of financial information and makes it easier to conduct transactions with other banks and financial institutions, which is another reason why it is essential for the interoperability of financial systems. And when we talk about importance of actually having EMV compliance in the first place, EMV compliance is a set of standards for credit and debit transactions that seek to boost security and minimize the risk of fraud. EMV compliance is critical in the banking industry for several reasons. First and foremost, it aids in the protection of banks and their clients from financial fraud, which is very important. Banks can lower the risk of card skimming and other kinds of card theft by deploying EMV compliant card readers and terminal equipment. This not only protects the bank's bottom line, but also helps to create trust with the clients and enhance overall customer happiness. Another facet of EMV compliance in the banking sector is its influence on mobile payments. With the rising usage of mobile devices for financial transactions, banks must guarantee that their mobile payment systems are safe and comply with the EMV requirements. This involves the deployment of secure card readers and the development of robust authentication methods. Finally, EMV compliance is critical for the interoperability of financial systems. Banks can more readily communicate financial information and ease transactions with other banks. which will make the whole experience smooth and efficient for the clients. It helps to safeguard banks and their clients from financial crime, protects the security of mobile payments, and encourages easy access across financial systems. We can also analyze the different aspects of the banking sector EMV compliance is applied to, which is chip cards, QR code payments, and UPI. So talking about chip cards, this has been one of the most evident EMV compliance outcomes. EMV cards, often known as chip cards, includes a microchip that generates a unique transaction code. And this makes it far more challenging for criminals to steal card information or create counterfeit cards. In countries that have adopted the EMV standards, chip cards have replaced the traditional magnetic stripe cards. Now coming to QR code payments, EMV compliance has also influenced QR code payments. They can be scanned with a smartphone or any device, and they have become popular for contactless payments in several nations, including India. Numerous payment providers have adopted EMV standards to guarantee the safety of QR code transactions. So this method requires the use of secure card readers and the implementation of rigorous authentication techniques. Now coming to UPI, which is Unified Payments Interface, is another payment mechanism that EMV compliance has hindered. In India, the UPI method is a popular real-time payment system that permits the transfer of funds between bank accounts using a mobile device. The NPCI, which is National Payments Corporation of India, has implemented EMV card system standards to increase the safety of UPI transactions. EMV compliance has had a significant influence on several payment technologies such as chip cards, QR code payments, and UPI. And by adopting these EMV standards, payment providers have been able to increase the security of financial transactions and reduce the danger of fraud. Now diving into the concept of payment tokenization and how it is a method for securing financial transactions by substituting sensitive payment data with a unique randomly generated code or token. During the transaction process, this token is substituted for real payment information such as a credit card number, for example. So the primary benefit of payment tokenization is that it protects critical payment information throughout the transaction process from being intercepted or stolen. So since the token is not linked to real payment information, even if it falls in the hands of criminals, it is meaningless because they can't access it. This decreases the likelihood of identity theft and other types of financial crime. Payment tokenization is frequently used with other security measures like encryption and secure sockets layer, which is SSL, to safeguard sensitive data. In addition, it is utilized to adhere to numerous industry standards and laws, such as the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, which is referred to as PCI DSS. Several distinct types of payment tokens are available for use in the tokenization process. One-time tokens are only valid for a single transaction before they're deleted. Payment processors, they usually utilize persistent tokens for many transactions and store them. Tokenizations can be also utilized for in-app purchases, mobile payments, and other electronic payments. So during the financial transactions, payment tokenization is a security method used to secure sensitive payment information. And as a result, it reduces the danger of fraud and is utilized to comply with numerous industry norms and requirements. And on that note, I would like to pass it on to my co-author Kashish for the discussion on database management in the banking sector.
We've already talked about how EMV compliance is helpful in the banking sector. Now, let's understand how the banking sector plays a central role in the fintech industry. So banking sector is responsible for ensuring security and privacy of financial data. To achieve this, we contend that banks must enact stringent data privacy regulations, legislations, and continually upgrade their security procedures. The use of encryption is an important part of data privacy in the banking sector. Encryption is a procedure that turns sensitive data into a safe, unreadable format that only authorized parties with the appropriate decryption key may access. Banks can secure their financial data from being viewed and intercepted by unauthorized parties by encrypting it. The development of secure login methods is another facet of data privacy in banking sector. Passwords, two-factor authentication, and other security measures are used to guarantee that only authorized individuals have the access to bank accounts. Banks must also upgrade their security software on a regular basis to guard against changing threats like malware or phishing attempts. This involves installing patches and updates, conducting security scans, and keeping an eye out for unusual activities. Aside from these safeguards, bank must have a clear and comprehensive privacy policies which outlines how client data will be gathered, utilized, and secured. Customers should be informed of the information being gathered and should have the option to opt out of the data collection if they wish to do so. Customers in today's digital age are hesitant to use services supplied by the conventional financial services businesses. Instead, people desire speedy and secure services. This is precisely why fintech is gaining attraction and is tracting and is wreaking havoc in banking and other financial services. Banks have traditionally functioned as the entryway to payment services in India. However, the growing adoption of fintech businesses like Paytm, Razorpay, Google Pay, Amazon Pay, PhonePe, MobiKwik, and others has led to ubiquity today. In addition to the emerging financial market competitors, banks must be wary of other technical and technological behemoths who are fast transforming their financial industry according to their own agendas. Google and Amazon, for example, have created Android Pay and mobile payments wildcards, which enable a smooth consumer payment experience. Google, on the other hand, is widely recognized for actively investing in tiny fintech startups in order to expand their digital offerings. Overall, banking sector is integral to fintech industry and must prioritize client data protection in order to develop confidence and comply with data privacy requirements. Banks may safeguard the safety and privacy of financial data by employing robust security measures and transparent privacy policies. Today, banks are bombarded with information about fintech. Technology optimism is strong, mobility is widely recognized as a game changer, and massive amounts of cash are being committed in fintech. Banks may be inclined to ignore the commotion, or they may worry and overreact. We advocate a medium ground that focuses on distinguishing the genuinely relevant signals from the noise. This implies that banks should be less concerned with the individual fintech attackers and more concerned with what these attackers represent and establish or acquire the skills required for a digital future. Database management. We've been using the term data for a long time. So data derives from solitary Latin term, datum, which originally meant something supplied. Data are essentially facts or statistics or piece of information that are not themselves information. And data management is the creation, implementation, and oversight of plans, policies, procedures, and practices for storing, transmitting, controlling, protecting, delivering, and increasing the value of data and information assets. Because it includes the storage and organizing of sensitive financial data, database management is a cornerstone of the fintech business. Databases are used by fintech businesses to store information such as bank account numbers, credit card numbers, and transaction histories. Database management is required in the fintech business for a variety of reasons. One motivation is to make financial transactions easier. Fintech organizations may handle payments and other financial activities more quickly by keeping financial data in a single location. Another purpose of database administration in finance is to make data analysis easier. Fintech organizations that organize financial data in a systematic manner may more readily analyze patterns and trends in order to uncover potential for development and innovation. Database management, on the other hand, raises safety risks in financial business. One danger is the possibility of data leaks, which my co-author has already talked about, the implications of data leak. If a database is not adequately protected, unauthorized persons may get access to it, resulting in the theft of critical financial data. Customers may suffer identity theft, financial fraud, and other sorts of harm as a result of this. We have been stressing this fact enough since the start of our presentation. Another danger is the possibility of data corruption. Important financial information might be lost if a database becomes corrupt. This might result in bank transaction delays and other problems. Fintech organizations must establish excellent database management techniques to prevent these safety risks. Fintech organizations must also have clear and comprehensive data management rules that define how client data will be utilized. So to summarize, database management is critical to the operation of fintech business. It does, however, offer safety risks, which must be addressed by the development of strong security measures. And we are sure with the arguments that we have presented, we'll be able to overcome these. Now I hand it over to Vaidruti to conclude our presentation.
Okay, so just to reiterate what we've been trying to convey our main argument. So in the fintech business, EMV compliance, payment tokenization, and robust data privacy safeguards are all crucial factors. Enterprises must have unambiguous privacy rules that define how personal information will be utilized and secured. The banking sector is responsible for maintaining the security and privacy of financial data and does play a major role in the fintech industry. To do this, banks must enforce stringent data privacy standards and continually upgrade their security protocols. Database management is also a critical part of the fintech business as it includes the storing and organizing of sensitive financial data. They contribute to the protection of sensitive financial data, the development of consumer trust, and the security and efficiency of financial transactions. So in conclusion, to ensure compliance with data privacy requirements, the banking sector, which does play a vital role in the fintech industry, must prioritize the security of consumer data. And on that note, we end our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the extremely thorough presentation. If there are any questions, please unmute and go forward or put it in the chat box. Okay, I have a quick question. As you rightly mentioned throughout your presentation, it's extremely important to ensure data privacy within the payment sector. You also spoke about the evolution of data privacy methods. Just wanted to know what your thoughts are on the current status of the data protection regime in India, like right now.
India is a big growing economy and it does have a lot of potential to incorporate these, but just incorporating these measures is not enough. You need to regularly update your systems and be up to date with the current technology. Because as much as technology can grow for the positive thing, it can also be in hands of criminals and hackers can attack your systems. So one of the most efficient solutions is to regularly update the systems and have more stringent security protocols regularly.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you. We can move on to our final paper for the panel today. That is Ayushi and Rahi with their paper on open banking in India today and tomorrow. Ayushi and Rahi, are you here?
Hi.
Hi.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can go ahead and share your screen.
So we're going to start with the paper. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahi Dua, the final year law student from OP Jindal Global University. I, along with Ayushi, co-authored a research paper on open banking in India for this undergraduate research conference. First, we would like to express our gratitude to the Center for Research and Analysis in Finance, Technology and Law for giving us this platform to share our findings with you today. And a special mention to Professor Sohini Sen Gupta for her valuable guidance and assistance during the tenure of this project. In this research paper, we have explored today's open banking regime in India from a legal lens. The paper delves into the current legal regime regulating and governing India's open banking regime, its shortcomings, and legal principles that must be followed to address these shortcomings. Now, these legal principles have been derived through a cross-jurisdictional analysis and the versions of India's recent data protection laws. Simply put, under the open banking regime, internal bank data and processes are allowed to be transferred to third parties via digital channels. So essentially, the banking sector, which has been extremely stringent and restricted with respect to data transfer, given the sensitive nature of the data they deal with, has now been disrupted by allowing data transfer. It is essential to note that traditional banks for long have been collecting and storing massive amounts of financial data that have endless opportunities and possibilities by exposing it to data analytics. Therefore, the opening of these floodgates has paved way for innovation and creation of new products and services alongside an environment of increased competition for third parties by enabling data transfer. On a structural level, we need to understand that the opening banking framework involves APIs that are application program interfaces. Now, APIs are essentially the digital channels that I mentioned earlier. And these APIs enable transfer of customer data from banks to third-party apps and services. This system is governed by a set of security profiles, application interfaces, and guidelines for customer experiences and operations. Open banking has facilitated democratization of financial data by making proprietary data available to third parties with the input data owner's permission to access it via application program interfaces. Therefore, the access to the goldmine of financial data does not solely rest in the hands of traditional banks anymore. In India, the introduction of the open banking regime has been done in a phase-wise manner. The first phase, uniquely, is something that we all know of, that is the introduction of an interoperable payment system, which we know as UPI, that is Unified Payment Interface. The launch of UPI in 2016 enabled customers to access bank accounts from registered apps, such as mobile wallets, to make transactions to any bank. As a product of the open banking regime, the UPI essentially allowed traditional banks to share their customers' data with third-party service providers such as GPay, Beam, Paytm, PhonePe, and several others, subject to the consumer's consent. In a sense, UPI provides for application portability by retaining only core financial functions discharged by the payment service provider's bank, with the customer's remitting bank and the recipient receiving bank. Therefore, only the payment processing and settlement functions continue to be done by banks, while several applications are being designed and marketed by third-party app developers after entering into tie-ups with banks to offer UPI and allied services. It is pertinent to note here that the governance and regulation of UPI has been a standalone project since UPI is treated as a separate product beyond the scope of open banking in India. Therefore, the UPI is independently governed and regulated by the National Payment Corporation of India. As a result, the lack of a robust regulation and governance framework for open banking in India that we are discussing in this particular paper is not a roadblock for the operations of UPI in India. Now, the second phase involves the introduction of the Aadhaar identification system, which consists of a 12-digit unique identity card launched by the government in 2010. Now, Aadhaar enables a biometric check to verify the identity of individuals and digitally authenticate them for a variety of services. Financial institutions can also conduct electronic know your customer, that is eKYC of customers, using the Aadhaar system, which reduces their cost of verifying the identity of customers. For instance, Aadhaar holders can use the online electronic signature service, that is eSign, to digitally sign a document. Likewise, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has provided for a digital locker facility for documents known as DigiLocker. This establishes that the open banking framework is not restricted by industry's products or services. So what the name suggests, that is open banking, it is not necessary for this particular framework or structure to be limited to just banking and financial services. It can go way beyond that. Now, the institution that is responsible for rolling out NPCI's digital payment product, that is UPI, and Aadhaar's identity and authentication project is India Stack. Now, India Stack is a government-led tech stack that pioneers technological developments on a national level. The next leg for India Stack now involves the introduction of an account aggregator system such that people are empowered to use their own data to explore better credit, healthcare, and education opportunities, amongst others. Today, there are several market players entering the open banking industry by offering disrupting services within the realms of Open Credit Enablement Network and the Open Network for Digital Commerce. Now, with respect to the legal regime encompassing open banking in India, the Indian authorities' first attempt at regulating the open banking regime in India involved the introduction of account aggregators. Now, account aggregators are essentially APIs, that is application program interfaces in the Indian context. Now, account aggregators in India were introduced by way of a RBI Master Direction in 2016. Now, this 2016 Master Direction placed emphasis on ensuring a consent-based architecture with customer safeguards in place by way of a customer grievance redressal mechanism and rights of customers in place within the framework, which essentially form the foundation of a successful open banking regime. Now, the emphasis on a consent-based architecture comes from the Information Technology Act of 2000. The traditional model of data sharing essentially involved the buyer and the seller as the only two parties being involved in the particular transaction. Now, the introduction of account aggregators means that the data exchange process is now being undertaken by an impartial third party, which will execute authorization agreements between three parties, that is the bank, the customer, and the account aggregator themselves. Under these authorization agreements, account aggregators now seek permission from customers to disseminate the data that is stored by them and collected by banks to third parties. The 2016 Master Direction also lays down a stringent criteria, duties and responsibilities, certain restrictions on entities that can undertake the operations of account aggregators such that no conflict of interest arises and so that their impartiality is always maintained. Now, the 2016 Master Direction essentially reflects the inclusion of key data privacy principles as repeatedly discussed in the data protection bills of 2018, 19, 2021, and the most recent one, that is the 2022 one. These include lawful, fair, and transparent processing, purpose limitation, data minimization, accuracy, storage limitation, confidentiality, localization, and accountability related principles, although with no express provision for assigning liability. Further, the principles of privacy as established in the Puttaswamy judgment are extremely relevant in the context of upholding of data protection and data privacy of customers in the open banking regime. Unfortunately, as of today, the statutory law that is applicable to open banking service providers in the context of data protection and privacy is solely the Information Technology Act of 2000, alongside the Information Technology, Reasonable Security Practices and Procedures and Sensitive Personal Data and Information Rules of 2011, that is the SPDI rules, due to the non-adoption of bills on data protection till date. The Digital Data Protection Bill of 2022 has been framed on the basis of 7 core principles that we discussed above, which are definitely not reflected in the data protection laws that are applicable to the open banking regime as of today. That is because the IT Act and the SPDI rules do not include the principles of accountability. While the new bill has abided by the principles by introducing data fiduciaries, the new bill has abided by this principle by introducing obligations for data fiduciaries who are responsible for complying with the provisions of the bill towards processing any of the data which is being undertaken by themselves. Now, keeping this context in mind, Ayushi will now explore several risks and challenges that our open banking regime is exposed to, given the current legal regime that actually regulates and governs the open banking regime in India.
Thank you, Rahi. I will now be explaining the risks and challenges that are associated with the open banking regime. So risks can be faced by multiple entities, such as banks, fintech companies, regulators, and consumers. While banks and fintech companies will face challenges such as the need to develop API infrastructure, revenue loss, security compliance, consumers will primarily face data privacy and data protection challenges. The first and the most important risk is financial privacy and data security. Most jurisdictions have either adopted or are planning to adopt open banking frameworks. The regulatory approaches is evidence of the fact that there is success of an open banking regime all across the globe. For instance, the Consumer Data Right of Australia allows consumers to share their data with third parties, where they can give specific instructions on what data is to be shared as well as the duration of their sharing arrangement. On similar lines, India has adopted a hybrid model of open banking with prescriptive as well as facilitative approaches. The account aggregator framework, as explained by Rahi, gives complete discretion with respect to the data they wish to share, with whom they wish to share, and for what purpose they wish to share. This click of a button might seem to be a game changer for the banking industry. However, several privacy advocates have raised concerns over data breach that the new system could possess. This is also similar to what happened with Truecaller. For example, while registering for Truecallers, consumers consent to sharing their contacts with the company. But even if these contacts have not consented, their data can still be stored on Truecaller's database. Similarly, in the open banking regime, if one party gives consent to a third party to monitor their data and a counterparty happens to make a transaction, the third party automatically gets access to the counterparty's transaction without actually having their consent. Therefore, data breach is likely to happen at this stage. These risks are also heightened because India currently does not have any independent data protection law which applies to open banking. The industry will obviously be subject to the new 2022 bill, which aims at protecting the personal data of individuals. However, it is only a bill and cannot be enacted until it becomes a law. Countries adopting the facilitative approach, such as Singapore and Hong Kong, have already issued guidelines and recommended standards such as Open API and technical specifications. India could also follow a similar facilitative approach and come up with specific guidelines to eliminate the breach of a data privacy. The PSD2 and the General Data Protection Regulation are primary laws regulating how companies protect the personal data of citizens of the European Union. The most remarkable provisions include the right to access, right to be forgotten, right to restrict a proceeding, right to data portability, and a right to revoke consent, while also taking explicit consent of the consumer about how their personal data will be used and by whom. Similarly, following PSD2, India has also kept explicit consent as the underlying basis for open banking. In fact, it is surprising to note that the 2016 Master Direction has more detailed requirements of obtaining consent than the PSD2. However, the grim reality remains that a large chunk of the Indian population is not digitally literate to understand the technical nuances of giving consent, and most people impulsively click on the I agree to the terms and conditions button. So even if the bill is enacted, the Section 8 of the Master Direction still contains provisions of a deemed consent which can have serious implications. It sets out situations where consent of processing data is presumed and is not required explicitly. This can be where a consumer is reasonably expected to give consent for providing data. With poor digital literacy in India, reasonable expectation of an individual can always vary. If for what can be a reasonable expectation for someone might not be the same for someone else. So consent is no longer limited to the purpose for which the data was required, therefore also negating the much required explicit consent requirement in open banking practices. This is again a breach of the key principles of transparency and purpose limitation, which is integral to any data protection law. As established in the landmark Puttaswamy judgment, Article 21 of the Indian Constitution enshrines a fundamental right to privacy. The Puttaswamy judgment also stated that any law which encroaches upon the right to privacy must be legal, necessary, and proportionate. Therefore, the open banking regime will also be subject to these three key principles, and at every stage it should comply with these three provisions. Another risk associated with open banking is that of customer liability. Since the open banking framework comprises of multiple intermediaries at each juncture, it can get very difficult to understand who the breaching party might be and accordingly assign liability. But at any cost, consumers' liability must be protected, since the success of the framework essentially depends on the satisfaction of the consumer. The existing legal framework does not limit the liability of consumers in fraudulent cases. We have seen that in the Ombudsman scheme for digital transactions that was implemented by the RBI in January 2019, the number of consumer complaints have been consistently increasing. Another inevitable challenge is cybersecurity and operational risks. Since data sharing under the open banking regime provides third parties with a lot of access to sensitive financial data, it possesses significant cybersecurity risks. In this scenario, consumers must be protected by financial institutions in case of any loss to consumers due to unfortunate cyber events. On the other hand, financial institutions may also face a variety of operational and cybersecurity risks related to the use of APIs, including data breaches, misuse, falsification, and infrastructure malfunction. At this stage, we can take lessons from global practices, such as, for example, UK has a strong regulatory framework in this regard. It builds on the PSD2 obligations and mandates the 9 leading banks of the country to implement a predefined and standard API. These standards can ultimately minimize cybersecurity and operational risks. Moving on, grievance redressal has always been a problem when it comes to online modes of banking. With more parties and intermediaries involved in providing financial services, it gets difficult to assign liability. If the regulations governing consumer grievance redressals are not updated to take open banking regimes into consideration, national authorities may find it difficult to provide adequate level of protection to consumers. Thereafter, compliance and reputational risks also might arise. Open banking certainly expands on traditional banking and offers unique business opportunities, but at the same time, it also creates huge responsibilities of ensuring compliance with regulations and privacy laws. Risks arise due to exposure of fines, huge penalties, damages, which is resulting from supervisory actions as well as omissions and commissions of third parties. Lastly, considering that account aggregators would most likely be large companies, the possibility of abuse of market power cannot be completely disregarded. The 2022 bill has introduced blanket exemptions for instrumentalities of the state from the applicability of the bill. This gives huge power to the state to escape from complying with the data protection law. In the landmark judgment of Maneka Gandhi, it was stated that a deviation from Article 21 must be fair, just, and reasonable. Furthermore, the proportionality test of the Puttaswamy judgment requires, number 1, a legitimate goal, number 2, rational nexus, 3, no less restrictive but equally effective alternative, and 4, no disproportionate impact on the right holder. While it may be a legitimate and necessary move to safeguard state interest and grant exemption to the government, a blanket exemption is clearly excessive and rather comes off as a politically motivated agenda. So this can allow the government to arbitrarily retain sensitive and personal data of consumers, thereby creating a disproportionate impact. So now, after having analyzed all these risks and challenges, Rahi will now be presenting our key takeaways from this paper. Thank you.
So keeping in mind the challenges that have been discussed at length by Ayushi, due attention must be given to the following principles to establish a robust open banking regime in India. First, allowing the operation of an open banking regime in India without data protection and data privacy law is similar to opening a can of worms. Therefore, the data protection and data privacy framework must be kept in place, which definitely address the following aspects, that is individual rights in data collection, data use and transfer, and data storage and disposable principles. Secondly, a holistic analysis of the framework adopted by different jurisdictions suggests that it is evident that countries are generally advocating the use of APIs, considering the huge future prospects of APIs in the near future. In this regard, the GDPR is a strong regulation which prioritizes the interests of customers and thus can provide early lessons to India in devising its own framework. Third, developing a comprehensive data management practice is essential. As a part of this, API developers need to consider the location of their customers, third-party vendors, and cloud service providers, given the possibility of cross-border data transfer, since data is now an international commodity which cannot be categorized, which cannot be limited to a particular nation. Fourth, the likelihood of customer consent to share financial data with third parties as a part of the open banking regime is directly correlated to the level of their confidence in the system and mechanisms that ensure their safety, security, privacy, and the extent of liability it may impose on them. Therefore, makeshift grievance redressal mechanisms, that is extension of the already existing systems, is insufficient because those systems are largely based on the concerns that are valid for a traditional banking system. Therefore, grievance redressal systems that particularly cater to the unique needs of the open banking regime, given the number of stakeholders that are now involved, must be put in place, and their roles and functions must be communicated to the masses. Lastly, ensuring the independence of account aggregators and APIs is crucial to open banking success in India. Keeping this in mind, we need to follow the following principles to establish a proper open banking regime in India. Thank you for your time and attention. And we're now open to any questions that you may have with respect to our presentation.
Thank you so much, Ayushi and Rahi, for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Feel free to unmute or put them in the chat. Okay, I actually have a couple of questions. So, how do you think the data protection bill could potentially address or ensure control and consent-based use of the data?
So with respect to the consent-based, hello? Yeah. So with respect to the consent-based architecture, I personally feel that the consent-based architecture largely emanates from the 2016 master direction, because what they're trying to put in place is that the consent of a consumer must be taken at every single point when the bank is allowing their data to be transferred to any third party by way of an account aggregator. Now, how the data protection bill will further these things is that what the RBI has put in a structure just in place for the account aggregators. I feel the data protection bill comes in when it has to take it a step forward, wherein we need to understand that this consent, the kind of communication that needs to be done to the masses with respect to understanding what their consent can mean is something that emanates from the data protection bill. And a lot of localization and other principles that need to emanate from the data protection bill is still missing in the 2016 master direction, because it is only looking at the roles of account aggregators and not other stakeholders and not their responsibilities towards the consumers or the customers.
What about the emergency?
We'll contact IT for this problem. Just a second.
Oxygen level is low, there is storm in the sea, and we have no life jacket.
Take shallow breaths. Conserve oxygen, okay?
I'm surface pe jana. I'm applying the only thing. It's the only thing that will work out without it. I'll just say brace yourself. Brace yourself.
Hi, please continue.
I'm so sorry for that. Okay, so I also have another question. So in an open banking model and within the account aggregator framework, there are multiple parties and intermediaries that are involved in this process. In this scenario, it becomes very difficult to assign liability if something goes wrong. So how do you think the account aggregator framework addresses this issue?
So I think that it is very important to understand which is the breaching party at each stage. So if a systematic framework is proposed at which it becomes possible to identify who is actually creating the breach, whether it is the third party provider or is it the bank, accordingly we can assign liability, because at any cost there should not be a liability on the consumer. So we need to find out who exactly is the breaching party. And that can only be possible once a fully systematic framework comes in place.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ayushi and Rahi. If there are any other questions, please let us know. Okay, I think that's it. I'll hand it over to you, Professor Shilpa, for just ending the conference.
Just give me a second. Hi, so I have pathetic internet. Can everybody hear me? Please tell me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I am at Tulip and I do not have any internet, but I am very grateful to all of you for joining today and for presenting your papers. You all did a very, very good job. And I thank Shilpa for, helping us out in this at GSBF. I also thank Divyanshu and Anushka for, being of great help and just organizing this whole thing very, very smoothly. And everyone else who's coming, who's watching it and who has come and made the time today on a Saturday to listen to this. I'm very, very happy. And thank you so much for being here. It was really very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Okay, and with that, I would like to conclude the Crafton Law first undergraduate virtual conference. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for presenting your wonderful papers. We look forward to continue working with you in the future. So that's it from our side. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you so much. I think you'll get the recording on YouTube as well. So if you want to go back and have a look at how you presented or what we asked you, etc., if you want to go back and look at tips of what people gave you, the feedback that they gave you for your papers, you can kindly do that also. So just this is just very chill, and we are very happy that you could join us. Thank you so much. अजय जी आप बंद कर सकते हो रिकॉर्डिंग, अभी हो गई है.
हेलो, यस मैम.
यस इट्स कंप्लीट अजय जी.
तो लाइव बंद कर देना मैम.
हाँ
बिल्कुल
सर लाइव बंद कर
बिल्कुल
ओके
हो गया.
तो दोबारा तो स्टार्ट नहीं होगा ना?
नहीं और नहीं होगा.